I know when we're going. Mark, is there like a secret?
You want me to count you down?
Yeah, that'd be awesome. Please.
All right, in 3, 2, 1.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining the June 1st meeting of the Reading Select Board. Tonight, present, we have members Chris Haley, Mark Doxer, Ann Johnson Landry, and Karen Gately Herrick. Thank you for joining us. Tonight, we'll start out with liaison reports. We do not have any public comment requests at this time. We do have a one class license, one outdoor dining application. Then we will have an OML complaint discussion, a hearing requiring a vote by a local business, some items that Bob will elaborate on that should not require too much discussion, and the intermunicipal agreement, but also a great submission for school building program. We'll get a building security update, and we will get an update on the entire Green Communities program. So that will provide everyone a kind of a roadmap as to where communities need to go to join and where Reading is in the process, and have an opportunity to ask about any forthcoming changes. After that, we will take a short break, a short recess. Then we'll come back and conduct a hearing on water and sewer rates, discuss the possibility of altering policies on our water and sewer rates or water and sewer related policies. And then we'll move on to approving minutes and taking care of any future meeting agenda topics. So thank you all at home for joining us. And so I guess we could start off with liaison reports. Any select board members like to go first?
I have none.
Okay, that's okay. Chris?
Thanks, Karen. The school committee voted to end up going back on June 10th, so it's nice to see that things are starting to go back to normal in that aspect. And then the other good news is the graduation for everybody is still going on outside and whatnot. So, I mean, last year some kids kind of got robbed. I can sympathize with them, but at least this way here, this year, the kids are going to end up getting a proper send off. So that's all I got.
Thank you. Anne, did you have your hand up?
I do have a few. So from the library, the library is acknowledging Juneteenth, which is a new state holiday, and the library is a stop on the Reading Remembrance Tour. Assistant Director Michelle Philel is working with Cato on this project. June marks the start of Pride Month, and the library is acknowledging Pride Month in several ways. Teen Pride Club, you can read with Pride during the month of June, read or listen to 3 books that feature LGBTQIA+ characters or stories or by authors of the LGBTQIA+ community, and receive a Pride Club button and Pride flag pin. There's also a wonderful display in the teen room, I understand. You can join the RPL Children's Librarians for a chalk decoration extravaganza. You can drop into the library to decorate sidewalks to make the library a welcoming place for everyone. The children's room is also full of some great displays of books, materials, and representation, including handcrafted paper flowers that represent the various Pride flags. They have a month-long social media campaign, Meet the Author Mondays, where the library will be highlighting Noble's broad collection of LGBTQIA authors. The library is offering free bookmarks that are part of the National Libraries Are for Everyone campaign that the library highlights at various times throughout the year. And that's hashtag LAFE, Libraries Are for Everyone. HRAC, it looks like HRAC may be doing some additional planning for an event that is TBD related to Pride, and HRAC will be posting the Pride sign on the town common later today, which is not later today probably, it's probably up by now at this point. Also some news from HRAC. Josh is the select board appointee to HRAC as chair. And he is not planning to seek reappointment. So we will, I'm not quite sure, Bob, if you know how this works. I did look on HRAC's website. I know we go through as a board and vote on recommendations typically made by the VAS committee for appointments to HRAC, but it looks like Josh has some kind of particular appointment where he is the select board appointee. So I don't know how that operates and if you have the historical knowledge to know how that works and how it's different from VASC. Oh,
You're
you're on
muted.
mute.
Thanks. It's actually handled the same way. It's just
Okay.
when you vote a member, you say this is the select board designee, such and
Okay.
such. And then
Okay.
there could be other members who just, vote without such designation.
Okay, very good. And so he is the select board designee. This is the select board designee necessarily the chair? I think I should
No.
probably go back. Okay. So they need to reorganize.
Yeah, and I think that's on their,
Okay.
I think their next meeting is a week from Thursday. They used to meet the first Thursday. I think it's now the 10th.
That sounds right. That sounds
And
right. And I
reorganizing.
think that will be Josh's last. And
Yes.
so certainly want to acknowledge all the good work that Josh has done over the course of many years in leading HRAC. And he has been sort of the steady presence through a lot of turnover and has done a lot of the heavy lifting around the MLK Day celebrations and other programmings and keeping HRAC afloat. So much appreciation to Josh Goldlust.
And Ann, if I might, I don't know who saw his email, but he wanted to make sure that everyone understands he's much available and very interested in the library position. So any work that needs to be done in terms of transition or communication, he's up.
In supporting the library position, right? Exactly. Not necessarily, not saying that he's looking to fill it, just to clarify, but that he's interested in supporting that and helping to collect. He or HRAC and the library have been collaborating a lot as the transition is happening with moving towards hiring this position, which is great. I think it'll allow for continuity of programming and thinking as well. And Mark had asked me to raise rent relief resources, which came through the Metro Housing Boston partnership. I think for folks who are in need, there are a couple of different rental assistance programs. There's the emergency rental assistance program, which builds upon the popular and effective residential assistance for families in transition or RAFT programming. So you can, if folks are in need of rental assistance, they can go to www.metrohousingboston.org. And Reading is an area that Metro Housing Boston covers. I think you could probably also reach, Bob, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm thinking you could probably also reach out to our Elder and Human Services folks if you need any assistance in this space.
Sure, yep.
Welcome, Carlo. Carlo Bacci's joined us. Thank you, Ann. That was terrific. There are spaces available on HRAC. The last time the prior VASC, and I wasn't a part of that. I recused myself. Vanessa helped me, but there were a couple of candidates who were unable to be appointed. Is there a way, I don't know if Caitlin, if this would be you or Jackie, is there a way that we can make sure that we reached out to them? We couldn't offer them a position, but it was only a couple months ago. Perhaps they would be available this time, and they really do need the help. It's a little, from my understanding, it's a little ambiguous as to how long they'll need to have a quorum, but it's still pretty important to have a quorum.
Yes, we can reach out to them and see if they're still interested.
Wonderful, thank you. Okay, Carlo, do you have any updates for the board liaison reports?
Hello, no, I don't, thank you.
Okay, thanks, glad to have you with us. So I just had the wonderful opportunity to participate in the Memorial Day ceremony outside where the rain stopped on Monday for at least long enough for the ceremony, and staff did a wonderful job of setting up lots of tents just in case, and there were enough tents to make sure that it didn't rain. And I'll let Bob talk a little bit more about the wonderful speakers we had, but I will take the opportunity to say that I did follow up the ceremony by visiting all of our cemeteries to see all of the hard work and all of the flags and markers. And Bill Brown called me today to update me on exactly, you know, how many veterans there are and how many markers and flags that were out there. So a crew of about 12 volunteers marked 50 plus veterans in all of our cemeteries, and with the help of staff and the Boy Scouts, they have found in the last year about 25 to 50 new service members that they were unaware of. He also noted that, you know, our GIS staff has maps that show where all of the service members are in the cemeteries and has been working with them to keep them updated. And so they did an amazing job. I don't know how long the flags are up. This is my first visit to Forest Glen Cemetery, and there's quite an amazing hillside display over there, but they were all wonderful. And so that was a great experience to participate in. So that's all I have. So I could hand it to you, Bob.
You're muted.
I don't usually do that, let alone twice. Just to follow up on the Memorial Day, thanks to Karen, she gave a nice speech, as did all the speakers. VSO Kevin Bowmiller did a really nice job, as he always does, quietly and behind the scenes. And as Karen mentioned, you know, half a dozen or so volunteers consisting of the Boy Scouts supervised by Bill Brown, as I understand it, in the 90-degree weather last week, set up a lot of the flags. So it was brutal weather. And I had heard indirectly that Bill was really quite tired afterwards, so that he paced himself, which was good. But that's thankless work. It happens every year. The DPW crews are out mowing and preparing the cemeteries to look their best. So even though it's nice, Karen, that you were able to visit the cemeteries, because a typical Memorial Day consists of a number of people going from one cemetery to the next and different board members speaking at the cemeteries. So under the circumstances, it was you know, a more inclusive event than last year when we really only had, I think, 6 people there. So it was at least a step in the right direction for getting the public back out there, which was very nice.
It was a great step. And also, you know, Chris, I dragged my daughter around to visit all of our town cemeteries, first time in her 21 years. And Chris brought his daughter to the ceremony, and they were
Very nice.
rained on.
I want to put another date on the calendar for the board, or for some of the board maybe. Wednesday, June 16th at 7 o'clock. We have a placeholder for what's called the Local Rapid Recovery Program meeting. It's going to be a Zoom meeting. If there is a quorum of the board, I would need to know that soon, because right now it would have to be an in-person meeting under today's rules. Hopefully those will be changed, but for June 16th. Last winter, we briefly mentioned we got a $60,000 technical grant. I would direct you to the town's website under economic development to look under LRRP for more details, but it's just an exhaustive look at the downtown. There's been a survey with hundreds of replies received in the first day. And it's just a nice effort for kind of what do you want Reading to look like. And, you know, it would tie in, at least in some ways, to the park group that you're setting up, or you're thinking of setting up for the downtown parking. Excuse me. I would like to beg the community to please pay your dog licenses. Another reminder just went out last week from the town clerk's office. Both the town council and the town accountant have reprimanded me that we should have sent out fines last year. Honestly, I didn't know we hadn't until the winter, but no one has the authority not to send out fines. It doesn't matter that it's a pandemic. You know, it's required under the animal control bylaw, and literally no one in town, including town meeting, has the authority to waive that unless the bylaw is changed. So please, please pay your dog licenses, because the consequence is going to be there will be fines and citations sent out in the summer, as we'll try to stall as long as we can. And Woburn District Court is not going to be amused. So that's, perhaps our bylaw needs to be revisited. Certainly wasn't imagined to be a pandemic, but it would just be nice if, people would license their dogs. And I've heard some very sad stories around the country, and I hope they don't come to Reading, about pandemic pets being purchased and now abandoned. So, if there's anyone in town thinking of abandoning a pet that they got during the pandemic, please contact Town Hall. We'll make sure to take care of the pet. There's one community in which the dogs especially are just literally being dropped by the roadside. And it's just heartbreaking to hear about that stuff. Today, WHDH online posted a list of the safest towns in the country. And Miaris and Harrington was proud to have two clients. Ray Miaris won, he came in first with Hopkinton, and Ivrea Freed came in 24th with Reading. So congratulations to the police department and everyone involved. Being ranked 24th of the safest towns in the whole country is really quite a remarkable thing. And if you go on WHDH website, you can see the web vendor that did the work. I'm sure it's data intense, but it's also simplified. But it's just another way to, sort of point to the community as being well maintained, well preserved. Lastly, last week on the 19th, just after you met, I guess it was 2 weeks ago, I did circulate the 186 summer deed restrictions as requested. In terms of an update on the property, there's still a draft letter being sent back and forth with council and Reading Historic and the Historic District Commission, two people. So, as soon as there's a letter that's in final form, I'll share that with the board. There's been no other specific updates other than a letter is going out to request that the owner meet with both boards to describe what the future of the property is. Technically and legally, there are no immediate deadlines because of the pandemic. Everything was told or everything was extended. So there is no imminent deadline on that property. But clearly 2 years after receiving permission, it's just fallen into disrepair. So that's what I know the committee and the commissions are worried about. So that's all I have. Thanks.
Bob, we get a lot of stuff in our inboxes. I didn't see the deed restrictions.
Okay,
late
I'll go
last-
check.
They're in there and they're also in the packet.
They're in the packet. Okay, I missed them.
Yep.
I'll find them. So thank you. Appreciate
It's
that.
like 84 pages.
You know what? I might have missed one of the packet documents. Okay, because the first one was pretty big and I was like, oh, I got through it, but okay. Thank you. I will follow up.
It'll be in the second packet with all the emails I listed under the
Okay.
email Bob sent with the attachment.
I think I forgot to open the second packet tonight. Thank you. All right. So I'm a little unclear on the June 16th local rapid recovery. Will you send us more information about that and ask for?
Sure. Yeah, we'll be putting something out this week and notifying certainly downtown abutters. So yeah, I'll be happy to do that. I don't want to share it now and take a lot of time, but if you go to the town's website and go to economic development and look up local rapid recovery program, you'll see a ton of information there.
Okay, thanks.
Hey, Karen, can I ask Bob a question?
Yes, sorry, Carlo. Yes, you may.
Bob, is it okay if just 3 of us go? Do you want at least 3 of us? Is that what I heard at forum?
I would prefer if there's more than 2 of you that I don't know.
Okay.
Right now, the rules are for open meeting that as of the 15th, any quorum must be a physical meeting. We expect that to change. There are at least 3 bills out there. Council told me today the governor's bill has the best odds of passing, which would extend use of virtual meetings through September, which is a whole nother discussion. But right now, the June 16th meeting is very much planned to be Zoom because there's probably going to be quite a bit of interest. Later, perhaps when we discuss your future agendas, you have a Middlesex Ave meeting planned for June 9th. And again, that's going to use the Zoom platform because again, the neighbors could come in significant numbers. So if 2 members come to the meeting on the 16th, no worries, we can do it on Zoom. If legislation changes, no worries, we can post you and do it on Zoom, but if no legislation changes, it's better if only 2 of you come, or at least two of you that I know about.
Okay, thanks.
If it helps, I'm not able to make that night, so.
Yeah, I'm available. That's why I asked. Thanks.
Yeah, I'll send out a link to the website to you during the meeting.
Okay, so moving on, then we have a class 2 license name change only to approve for the service station at 1337 Main Street. Let's see. So is there a motion for this?
There is. Do you want the motion, or do you want to hear from the applicant?
I think he may have joined us.
Yeah, he's joining you.
Well, if he, do we need to open, is this a hearing? or is
No,
this-
it's not a hearing.
Okay, so if I'm fine, if other board members are okay, if the applicant would like to say anything before we proceed. Thank you.
And Bob, do we have police department approval at this point?
No, we don't. So I would suggest in the motion, I think the draft motion you have is subject to approval by the police department in it.
Okay. And everything is the same except we're changing the name, is that correct?
That's right. And, Charbel can perhaps speak to that.
So good evening. If you can hear us, we'd love to hear from you.
Oh, here we go. First time using Zoom. Sorry. Unmuted.
Welcome.
Hi, how are you?
Good, welcome.
Good evening.
There
There
we
you go.
Okay, good-
Sorry.
okay.
How you doing? My name is Charbel. And I'm gonna be the owner of hopefully future Charlie Auto Care or Charlie Auto Sales. And what I would like to ask you, if I can get like permit for 10 cars where there's a lot of space available on the property. And there's not going to be any changes to the building or anything at all. The landscape will be even better. I'm trying to sell like newer cars, nothing junk and like that will be over there on the street, making the view look bad. So
I think, so this evening, so I believe we already had a hearing on this, and there's already some permissions granted for cars to be sold from this location. I don't remember how many. So this
Yeah.
evening, though, we're just here to prove a name change. That's what we're have on the agenda.
oh, okay.
Yeah, and that's a good point, Karen. I was just looking through it. I don't remember the number of cars. I don't think it was 10 though.
I think it was 7, but I honestly don't remember.
Yeah, it was like a 7 or 8 kind of.
Okay.
But
Okay. That
the license or the permit will carry on as it is, other than just change the name.
okay.
I do.
My understanding, it's hard to get used cars now anyway, so.
It is. It is. So yeah, what I do is I try to build nicer cars, trucks like that. We lift them. I mean, we make them look nice. That's what I do. I have 2 repair shops already. So about the name, that's gonna be like Charlie Auto Sales on the street.
Sorry, Charlie's Auto Sales or Auto Care?
Auto Sales, sorry. Auto Care is my repair shop in Woburn.
Okay,
Got that, Mark?
yes, I'll change that.
Last hearing we had, there definitely was public input that they would love to see some more greenery there.
Yeah, that's no problem. When we step foot in there, it's gonna be like better, nicer, hopefully.
Okay, so So there's a lot in the packet, but just to be clear, so the agenda item is for a name change only. So, but are you a new owner of this business?
Yeah. I'm not the owner, I'm not the landlord.
Okay,
So John is the landlord that I think he had the meeting for the
Okay.
license before. I'm gonna be the new owner for the business technically.
okay. So he went and secured permission for the cars to be sold from the property. And you're here, and so the whole property is gonna have a name change? The signs?
No, not the whole property. It's just gonna be add-on, like just Charlie Auto Sales.
Okay. Okay, and I mean, so I didn't see any sign change requests, so we're not doing any of that, so you would need to.
No, I'm not doing any signs change or whatever, no.
Okay, board members, do you have any questions?
Also,
Okay. Oh, sorry, Chris?
So this is currently the daily gas place that's next to Dandelions, is that the case? And across from Home Goods? Okay. That's it.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you very much for coming. Appreciate
no,
it. Thank you.
no problem. Thank you, guys. Have a good night. Bye.
All right. Would you like to make a motion?
move to approve the Class 2 license as presented for Charlie's Auto Sales at 1337 Main Street, pending final police department approval.
Second,
Thank you, Carlo. So, as I see you, I'll ask for your vote on this. Mark
Yes.
and Anne
Yes.
and Chris,
Yes.
Carlo
yes.
and Karen, yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Okay.
Caitlin, is Eilish in the waiting room?
Yes, she is. Yep.
Hi, Eilish, welcome.
You are on mute, Eilish.
There you go.
I think you can hear me now, right?
We can.
Although some of you might not want to hear me, but that's okay.
I don't think this was getting to be a pretty rusty placeholder, so it's nice that someone's using it.
Thank you.
And let me just share the screen very quickly, just so you see a visual. There's the location of tables that Eilish is proposing outside on the sidewalk, right along Main Street. So Eilish, I think you know this, but the only requirement, this is a really simple process for what you want. We'll catch up with you later on the more permanent one. But for this, you do need to show that the table service with liquor is just separate from the public walking down the sidewalk. And I think Erin had indicated you were thinking of putting up some sort of ropes, which would be fine.
Yeah, hold on one second. I'm having an issue here trying to catch my screen is not matching what's being said, so I need to figure out if I have YouTube up in the background to see if I can close it out. Hold on, I just see if I can find it. Let me close down everything else. I'm having an issue here. Trying to catch my screen is not matching what's being said, so All right. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I was getting like what I was saying 5 minutes ago coming up over Bob. So
Okay.
sorry about that.
So, Eilish, all I was saying is, and I think you know this, the ABCC will require you to separate your liquor service from the general public visually.
Sorry. What do you mean by separate?
You know, a rope, I think, is an example that you and Aaron had discussed, some sort of.
Oh, yeah. So what I was talking about doing, because of the rope, if I did the rope, it means that it's not handicap accessible if I do the rope. But like last year, what we plan on doing is putting planters on either end of, you know, on the very last table, and then beside the table that's beside the door, and then on the other side of the door, put another planter there and one on the other end as well, to designate that that's my spots.
Town council happily just joined us and can tell you whether that's okay.
Hi, I need to see the layout. Unfortunately, I haven't visited your establishment, but the requirement is that the space is delineated so that it is evident when where alcohol can be consumed versus where it cannot be consumed.
Yep.
So planters are used. That is a common feature, but generally it is like an enclosed type of thing versus just corner posting with planters. So would it be physically possible for people to walk from the sidewalk directly into the establishment without going through a designated area?
Yes.
Okay, so I think that would be the preference of the ABCC. It's a bit unique here because obviously the board, this is acting under the emergency order. So
Yep.
the ABCC won't review this, but you know, my advice is that the board follow the ABC's protocols with this. So, I mean, is there any way we could, I'm a bit confused why the rope wouldn't work. I'm sorry that I'm joining this late.
Ivrea, here's a picture that I think I shared earlier. So
Okay.
one of the challenges is the sidewalk has a limited width. And,
Yeah.
you know, depending on where the rope would go, it might impede into the handicap progress on the sidewalk itself.
Yep.
And then, you know, to get an additional handicapped inside the rope, you probably just couldn't easily do both.
I see. And so the idea would be that there would be planters.
You probably do a planter right here and then down at the very end of the row of tables, and likewise, you know, so it sort of visually delineates, but it doesn't prevent.
If I can just take the message, so this table is not correctly placed. This table, like we redid photos and I sent more to Erin and Caitlin, which had this table more, you know, more down to the left. So
Oh.
planter was going to be,
See if I have that. No, I don't think I do. I have your sketch. Is the sketch
Okay.
helpful?
no, if you just go back to those photos, I think I can explain it better.
Okay. Because the sketch does show 10 tables. I'm sorry, 1, 2,
No,
3, 4, 5,
Only
6.
6.
Yeah, I can see it's not as helpful.
So this table, oh, okay, it's gone again.
There you go.
This table here will move.
We can't see what you're pointing at, so tell me. how-
Oh, okay. I thought you could see. So that table is going to come down about another 1.5 feet to the left.
Okay,
And then there will be a planter where that table is now.
okay.
So
Gotcha.
to block off, you know, the doorway will be completely accessible. And then on the other side of the doorway, there will be a planter likewise in front of that. And then at the very end of that table, there'll be another planter on the other side. And then the same on the other side of the Charles. The last table at the Charles will have a planter and there won't be anything on the other side.
Okay. Yeah, I can understand.
So when the fire department came last year to measure, we do have enough room accessibility between on the sidewalk before the cobblestones, because we don't want to have anybody, because there's a major issue with the cobblestones outside. They're all coming up and falling out and everything like that. So there is enough room on the sidewalk, plenty of accessibility for anybody in a wheelchair or anything like that. But if we put a rope there to allow people to walk down on either side, you know, within the rope, there won't be enough room on the sidewalk to be handicap accessible.
Ivry, I was just going to ask you that question is, what do we need to do? Does it have to be, is there a distance from the building that's allowed or required from ABCC's point of view?
Yeah, so from the ABCC's point of view, they want a clear delineation of space. And if this application was going in front of the ABCC, I think that they potentially could have some issues if there isn't a rope. I think their concern generally is people can enter the space without having to pass through like a hostess, and the potential for alcohol diversion. Now, this is a unique situation because we're acting under the executive order, and there's a recognition of the fact that businesses in our community has really struggled during the pandemic, and that we wanted to help these establishments. So this application will not go to the ABCC. So it really is in the discretion of the board whether or not this application should move forward. And I have not spoken to Ralph Sacramone, the executive director, about this, so I don't know if this was a permanent application, whether they would make an exemption in this unique situation because of the handicap accessible issues. But what I do know is that the guidance that they have issued requires clear delineation, and that diversion is usually what they're looking at.
Can I ask a question? Has anybody else in the town applied to have alcohol service outside of restaurants that are coming up with any other plan to, meet the ABCC requirements?
I don't think so, not this year.
Okay.
Carla, you had a comment?
Yeah, can I ask Eilish a question?
Yeah.
Sure.
These tables were there last year, correct?
Yes, exact same.
So why are we having an issue?
I don't know. And it did come up with the rope question was asked last year. That's how I know the answer to it. It was brought up last year. And I said I would delineate the area by the planters. And people do not sit out there. They have to come inside. And we didn't have a problem with it last year. They were brought in from, they would come inside and then they would be brought outside, and it was only table service. Nobody was allowed to walk around with alcohol or anything like that. And but it's the exact same layout that we had last year.
Yeah, that's what I mean. The four of us, not including Chris, approved this.
Right.
Yeah, and visually it is pretty obvious, in terms of delineation. But to Ivria's point, and I remember this when Fuddruckers, which is a permanent indoor one, came up, they wanted to have more open access to the restaurant from outside. And because of the alcohol license, they just weren't allowed to. They had to have entrances. So much less in and out to the restaurant space from the Jordan's floor space.
Right.
So, Eilish may run into this issue when she wants to apply for this permanently. And as Ivria says, the ABCC will have to weigh the two concerns and figure it out.
Can I ask something here? So if I go ahead, obviously I want the application to go forward to the ABCC to make it a permanent amendment to my license. If they say that it has to be roped in, which obviously we can't do, can I still continue this summer without amending my license with it as it is? Just because, people are still not going to like me. My patio is full right now. And just to give people that a little bit more of an option for outdoor seating, knowing that it'll only go as far as the town's outdoor dining dates.
Yeah, just to be clear, tonight is just acting under the emergency order or state of emergency. And your permanent application has to be a fully noticed hearing. It'll happen sometime else in the summer.
Right.
So yes, as long as the board's comfortable with your plan tonight, right now it would be valid through, I guess, August 15th and likely to be extended by the legislature, possibly as late as November next fall. And they'll do that within the next 2 weeks, I would suppose.
Anne,
yes, I was going to say something similar to Bob. I think that this would, if we authorize it tonight, it would be good through 60 days from June 15th, so August 15th. And then the governor filed legislation that would extend the authorization through November 29th. That still has to go through the legislative process, but I think the Senate Committee on Ways and Means took up the bill and solicited testimony on it, as well as that bill included the extension of the open meeting law emergency executive order as well, but not for as long as the outdoor dining. But so it sounds like this would be at least through August 15th, potentially longer, depending on what the legislature does under this authorization. Is that right, Ivrea?
That's correct. Yeah, the governor's bill would extend it to November 29th. And then I believe June 6th, they're taking testimony, I think June 6th, but it is expected to move forward.
Well, just if anything else, I don't see us using these tables beyond September because there's no heaters, there's no umbrellas, there's no protection. So it's only just for the summer months when typically indoor dining is slow anyways. So we just want to have those extra seats outside. But because I will not be putting any heaters or anything like that out there, I don't foresee us going anywhere close to what the town's dates are for outdoor dining.
Okay, I'm gonna give you a heads up. My internet is unstable for whatever reason. Excuse me. This is a little conundrum. So you had the same setup last year and it was totally fine and we had no incidents.
Yep.
How do other board members feel about this?
Mark, maybe you could read the motion and then the board could sort of debate the last few words of it.
Let's see. Move to approve the temporary alteration of premises for Bunratty Tavern under the current state of emergency order to allow alcohol to be sold at the sidewalk tables approved by the establishment's outdoor dining license. Said tables to be separated from the general public.
Sounds good to me.
I'm okay with that.
Clarify, we didn't have to say anything about, I know the policy is food has to be served as well under the emergency order, but that doesn't need to be in this motion.
No, she'd be required to comply with the executive order or if there's new legislation that addresses individuals that are serving pursuant to the executive order, she would have to follow those.
Do we want to modify the motion to allow for any?
I was thinking you could add the word visually separated.
Do we want to amend it under the emergency order or any legislation that extends its provisions? Because otherwise, we're authorizing it through August 15th. Correct?
You mean so Eilish doesn't have to come back, Ann? Is that what you mean?
Yeah. I mean, you're always happy to see you, Eilish, but
Yeah, I think that'd be.
Of course, we don't know what the legislation will say, so that's a little bit of a blank check, which maybe we don't want to do.
September if necessary.
Aaron,
So
can I ask a
beyond
real
that-
question?
Yes, please do. I'm sorry, my internet is a little unstable right now. This doesn't usually happen, so I apologize.
Sorry. So if the emergency order is extended, would that automatically kind of bring with it anyone that was already approved?
I would say yes. That's the intent of the legislature. Unless the board wanted to act otherwise, you could definitely vote it. I think Ann's language, I don't see any issue in including it. And if you wanted to, you could also say, provided, however, Bunratty shall not serve after September 30th or whatever date Eilish is comfortable and the board is comfortable with, if you want to just include that language in there, and she would have to come back if for whatever reason she gets heat lamps or wants to extend it.
I actually was thinking of the flip side, which is, are we adding words that we don't need to add? That nominally the emergency order being extended would extend it already.
That would be my argument. I mean, you have lots of other applicants that came forward, or actually, I'm sorry for my ignorance, but I don't know in Reading, do you have other applicants under the executive order? This is the only one. Okay. Well, in other communities, we are taking the position that if the legislature acts, that those individuals that are operating under the executive order, it automatically applies to them. It's not like we're going to have them come back in front of the select board to extend it past August 15th. It will automatically work to extend it. That's the intent of the legislature as well here. It's pretty clear.
I think I'd be inclined to leave the language as is, as opposed to trying to figure out the exact wording, but.
That's fine with me.
Chris, do you have any comments?
Thanks, Karen. Yeah, my internet's going out as well, so I think we both have files. I guess my thing is does alcohol have to be served on those tables, or does it mean that if alcohol wasn't served, she wouldn't have to get a permit at all? Is it because of the alcohol portion? So that's the loophole. So she could permanently get her thing if she said these seats aren't going to serve alcohol in the future if they decline her?
Not exactly. So it's a public sidewalk, so she needs a license to use that space from the town. And I see Julie's on here. She can probably speak to this better than I can, but those licenses are issued annually. So every year Bunratty will have to come back and get that approval. In terms of the liquor, you're correct. She needs to either be acting under the executive order or pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 138, which deals with alcohol, which would require a formal amendment to her liquor license approved by the board and the ABCC to serve out there permanently. So even if she wasn't serving alcohol, she still needs the town's approval to utilize that public space.
But she wouldn't have to go and get approval from this other form that you're talking about. She could just do it as long as we said yes.
Correct. If she's not serving alcohol out there, then it's just an approval from the select board to utilize the sidewalk.
Okay, so that's worst case scenario. So, all right, thank you.
Okay, I don't believe that we had any issues with this setup last year, so I'm inclined to accept the motion as it is and say do another good summer, Eilish.
Thanks, Karen.
Should I reread the motion?
That'd be great. Thank you, Mark.
Move to approve the temporary alteration of premises for Bunratty Tavern under the current state of emergency order to allow alcohol to be sold at the sidewalk tables approved by the establishment's outdoor dining license. Said tables to be separated from the general public.
Second.
Second.
Thank you. Okay, board members, as I see you vote, shall you vote to approve this motion? Mark?
Yes.
Anne?
Yes.
Chris?
Yes.
Carlo?
Yes.
And Karen, yes. Thank you. Thank you, Eilish.
Thank you, guys. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Bye.
Julie, I'll sign the license and send it to you guys tonight or tomorrow.
You're welcome. We didn't get to welcome you earlier. Thank you for coming in.
No worries.
Our next item is to respond to an open meeting law complaint. And so Ivrea has researched this and can present some findings on this. And I'll make a statement and then we'll talk about next steps. Thank you.
Great. So the select board received an open meeting law complaint on May 24th. Just so everyone understands, for timeline purposes, the board has to respond by June 14th. So that's the timeline that we're working with. And the open meeting law complaint was filed by Walt Tuvel, and he he raised 4 arguments in his open meeting law complaint, and it pertains to the inclusion and then removal of an email that was allegedly sent by Walt. And so the history here is that through the town's online website, there was a way, my understanding it's been removed, is there was a way to directly email the select board. Someone utilized that platform, allegedly, using Walt's name and email address. Following the board's policy, that email was included in the board's packet. It later came to light that there were maybe some issues with that email. And so I reviewed the board's policy on emails being included in the packet and directed the removal. So the history here is we're talking about this email. Now, in terms of board communications, what happened was when the email came in, Karen reached out to Walt through text messages, and it became clear that Walt purports to not have sent this communication to the select board. Karen texted Mark about this, and Mark agreed to tell Caitlin to remove the communication from the packet. Mark forgot to tell Caitlin, and Caitlin included it in accordance with the board policy and the packet. Subsequently, Karen emailed Anne and myself asking me whether I thought it should be included or whether we should remove it. And I reviewed the matter and then directed the removal. So those are the facts here. Now, Walt's open meeting law complaint raises 4 issues. The first one is that Walt alleges that a quorum of the select board discussed the removal of the email from the select board packet and that the discussion did not occur during an open session. He argues that it violates the select board's communications policy, the removal, and that therefore that's somehow a violation of the open meeting law. He argues that removal violated the public records law. And then he says that the select board treated people differently and that was a violation as well. So I'm going to go through those 4. I'm going to skip the first one and come back to it. So the second one was the removal of the email violated the select board's communication policy. And in my opinion, it did not violate the select board's communication policy. As you all know, the policy says that on the advice of council, communications that are sent to the entire select board can be removed. I reviewed it and I advised the removal. So I don't view this as a violation of the select board's policy. Even if it was, and I'm not saying it was because I don't think it was, it's not a matter within the jurisdiction of the Attorney General in their review of the open meeting law. It's not an open meeting law violation. So it's not something that the AG is going to review. The same is true with the public records law. The public records law is not within the purview of the Attorney General's Division of Open Government. It is something that the Supervisor of Public Records reviews. That being said, it is not a violation of the public records law. The public records law deals with requests for records. To my knowledge, there has never been a request for this communication. The select board packet that the board produces is something that it creates. You're within your discretion to create it or not create it. You can post it or not post it. And so, we encourage posting it because it fosters transparency, but what goes in that packet is completely within your jurisdiction. And as we've already noted, the communications policy permits me to direct the inclusion or removal of particular records as town council. And then the fourth argument, whether or not you're treating different members of the public, you're using disparate treatment here. Again, this is not an open meeting law allegation. So it's not something the Attorney General would review. But that being said, some facts came to light. I reviewed them as town council and I made my decision. And I stand by the fact that based on the information I had, that removal was appropriate. So going back to the first allegation, which is a true complaint under the open meeting law, it is something that the Attorney General will review, is whether a quorum of the select board discussed this matter. And in my opinion, the answer to that question is most likely no. Karen texted Mark about whether or not to include the email in the packet. Like I said, it was included. And then Karen emailed Anne and myself asking whether it should be removed. So in my view, these are two different matters. Whether something's included or whether something's removed are different. And on top of that, Karen never notified Anne or myself that she had communicated previously with Mark about whether or not to include this matter or include the email in the packet. So I don't believe that there were serial communications, meaning that Karen talked to a quorum of the board through multiple communications. First Mark, and then Anne, meaning 3 members of the board. Now I just want to pause because, 3 members of the board did tangentially discuss the email. So while I think that they are different matters, we're definitely brushing up close to that line of what is potentially permissible. So, this board really does believe in transparency, and you've done a great job kind of navigating the complicated open meeting law. I mean, sometimes it is definitely not clear. And so I just think that it might be a good opportunity for the board to recommit itself to continuing to follow the open meeting law, comply with the requirements, and that if there's ever any questions, to reach out to town council. And I know Karen and I have discussed this, and the intent was never ever to pull different members of the board and make a decision about whether or not this should be included. Nor did she view them as the same matter. I mean, she didn't even tell Anne or I that she had already discussed this with Mark. So I do think that there is an argument to be made that the board didn't violate here, but we just do need to be cautious when we're texting amongst 3 individuals about something that could potentially be viewed as the same matter. And I think I'm going to pause there for questions. I know, Karen, you wanted to also say something, so we can discuss.
Okay, so thank you, Ivrea. This effort required a lot of research. This board takes open meeting law very seriously every time we meet. So while I view these 2 separate matters as 2 separate matters, and while I didn't disclose my prior communication with Mark to Anne, believing it not to be relevant to the discussion, I recognize that communicating with 2 members, outside of a meeting can raise concerns around compliance with the law. And occasionally these messages, whether, email or text, may seem to brush up against the line of what's permissible. So, I'm happy to go through this exercise and be ever more vigilant in the future. We have important work to do on this board, and time is at a premium. So we're always balancing transparency and efficient local government. But moving forward, I recommit myself to doing everything in my power to this particular example was just like, oh, I wonder what I do in this case, because it's not specifically outlined in the select board policy. So I will call Ivrea first next time. But I'm definitely committed to open meeting law adherence and transparency. And so thank you.
Yeah, and sorry, one more point, Karen, before we open it up to other board members, but I would encourage release of the text messages between Karen and Mark to the public. They can be added to the same page where the board's packet for this meeting was, just so anyone that wants to look at them can see them. My communication with Karen and Anne is protected by attorney-client privilege. We're not waiving that privilege by just, by referencing the email during this conversation, but it was just referenced for fact and will remain protected.
Carlo.
Thanks. Thanks, Ivrea, for that update. One thing I noticed, I've been gone for 5 or 6 days, so I apologize. I went through the packet this morning. And correct me if I'm wrong, guys. I thought open meeting complaints should be like with our packet, not with the email correspondence. Am I wrong on that? Or it can be placed anywhere for I know the public could find it, but when I was looking for it, I was looking for it in the packet that was our packet, not the email correspondence packet. So I just want to bring that up. I don't know if it's not a big deal, but I thought it should be in the packet.
If
Bob?
you want to answer that, or do you want me to? answer
Yeah,
that?
Carlo, the emails in the packet may well be the subject of this discussion, but they were just placed with the other emails. There was no material, to my knowledge, in your packet on this matter, except I might have said a couple sentences in my overview of the meeting. So I don't believe there was any material, quote unquote, in your packet, other than emails that were the subject of the complaint.
Right. I just, having gone through this process myself, I thought the open meeting complaint form would be in our packet, not with the email correspondence packet. That's all. And then Ivrea, you mentioned also that we'll release the text exchange from Mark to Karen. Are we going to release the text exchange from Karen to Walt as well?
So we could post those online. It's at the discretion of the board. It's not relevant to the open meeting law complaint in terms of whether or not a quorum of the board deliberated about the topic. So I defer to the board on whether or not they want to release that. I guess anecdotally, it's on Walt's website.
Right, it is, and it's pretty relevant because, you know, Walt has attacked me and my company personally with no evidence, no background or anything that I'm behind the Fix Reading Schools website. I don't go to his website. Someone brought this to my attention, and I have still not gone to his website. I don't want to give him any more airtime than he gets already. He's a bully. He's harassing the board. He's harassing town staff. And it needs to stop. I know we can't control him, but if we're going to start picking and choosing, you know, I don't think we should be texting, any one of us should be texting someone who's harassing us. That's number one. So maybe we should put that in a policy, but, you know, this goes way beyond this open meeting law complaint. And the public's not aware of a lot of this because they probably don't read all the emails that come in from him and other members of the public. So that, you know, there's a lot more to this, but as far as open meeting law complaint, you know, I think Karen said the right things, how to move forward, and I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
Chris?
Thank you, Karen. Ivrea, so the determination to remove the email from the packet, what was that based off of? Was it that he implied that the email from him was fake, or that somebody else complained about what was contained in the email itself? Like, why did it just get pulled when our policy says to include it?
Right, so I think that I'm actually going to rely on the attorney-client privilege for this. I think that that's a communication. That decision was based off of information that came to light. I reviewed it and I made a determination. And I think that we're just going to have to leave it at that for right now.
So
I think, sorry, just to add, I think, you know, it was in the best interest of the town to remove it at that point.
But in doing so, it's what evidence do we have that he didn't actually send the email that we then removed from the packet? Because all we have is his words saying that he removed it, and then subsequent texts get released online after the fact. That almost makes it appear that it got removed because of what was released. Like, why was the email pulled from the packet now? So there's attorney-client privilege between you and Walt, or what? Why is? I'm just not understanding which.
In fact, we should probably finish up with this open meeting law complaint and figure out next steps. But one thing I had suggested with Ivrea before is that she could make herself available to any board member who had follow-up questions after this agenda item. So I would suggest that we do that since we have a full agenda tonight. Those are great questions.
So I guess without asking Ivrea then, from an outsider looking in, based off of Hibb's website, what he has there, and the subsequent text messages that end up getting released that are on there, in my opinion, what it seems as if happened is that somebody makes a post on Reading Parents Network, ends up regretting what they put, then ends up getting put from Walt complaining about it, and then it's pulled from the packet at somebody's discretion. So anybody can now just have items removed from the packet as long as they deny that they're the original ones that sent it. Because what was included in the email was actually factual. She said exactly what Walt put in
You're
there.
right there, because we're getting off topic, but you can definitely continue this with Ivrea afterwards. So we're just going to focus on the strictly just the open meeting law and how we need to address it, because the next steps would be to update the Attorney General with what we've decided.
So it seems as if, so you mentioned that the 3 board members ended up texting or communicating or whatever. But so in the, to be completely open and transparent, and like I said that when I ran, I think you're going to need a 4th board member's text messages as well, which includes mine to Karen on this topic that you probably don't even know about. So no, that doesn't have to get included.
So there were no other communications related to this topic that's the subject of this open meeting law. So we want to.
But his open meeting law, his
So
complaint is based off exactly what I texted Karen about and spoke with her on the phone about. So how is that not relevant to what's taking place?
Okay,
So the open meeting law complaint is not about whether or not the email itself was sent by Walt. That is not a relevant factor for the analysis in the open meeting law complaint. The open meeting law complaint is addressing whether a quorum of the board discussed if the email should be included or removed from the packet. There was not a discussion. We're not talking about whether a quorum of the board discussed the validity of the email. So, you know, to the extent that you may have communications about that, and I'm not saying whether or not you do, those are not relevant to what was discussed as part of the open meeting law complaint. And I think, you know, we should be exploring open meeting law complaints as we are here. It's important for transparency, but the Attorney General will only review what is written in the complaint. So I would encourage the board to focus on what was presented in the open meeting law complaint and determine whether those allegations have any validity.
I guess I'm ultimately confused as why that attorney-client privilege is superseding the board's policy on what's included in the packet.
So the board's policy gives me the authority to make a decision when I think a communication should be removed because it could be potentially detrimental to the town or that individual's privacy interests if included. I made that determination and it was removed. What the open meeting law complaint, why we are here and what's relevant to the agenda item is discussing whether a quorum discussed removing that particular communication.
So, I guess my answer would be yes then. Yeah, and I can provide you with the text message that I sent to Karen where she references we don't want to violate open meeting law. And then here we go on the very reason why we're here now. We violated open meeting law. Like, I just don't know. I don't know how I got brought into this entire position. I did everything right. And so did, I thought, Karen as well, from what she said in there. But it seems as if I had my conversation as well, which now all of a sudden doesn't seem to matter.
So one potential option is the board does have a meeting on the 9th. If you think it would be worthwhile, we could continue this discussion on the 9th, giving additional time for a review of those communications.
But I think it's more in the public's interest to, like Karen had addressed, that we want to be more transparent and whatnot. But it just seems like we want to put a period and move on, and let's get to setting some water rates. That's what this ultimately is
No, we have,
seeming like.
getting back to what Ivrea said, the complaint is very, well, there are 4 parts of the complaint that she outlined. We can only address what's in front of us.
Okay, so within his complaint is his,
More, Chris, by the way, yeah, there'll be more. And, you know,
but the complaint that he sent includes a link to his website. Now, I don't know if the rest of the board has gone to his website or is aware of what actually is on there, but there is pretty substantial stuff against the police, specific members of the police,
we need
our
to,
superintendent,
we need to, we're off topic, Chris, we just can't do that.
but it's on topic. It has to pertain,
It's
with his
outside this open meeting law complaint.
but he included the website in his complaint, and he is going to continue to include his website in here that contains,
Send us a lot of emails with a lot of links to his website. That I can't argue with you there. That's true. But the complaint is specifically what Ivrea has outlined. So may I ask Ivrea, what is your recommendation for our next step, aside from what we've done already?
So my recommendation is Chris needs to confirm that he doesn't think those text messages between the two of you are relevant. I mean, it's hard for me when a board member is saying that they may have communicated to make a decision at this point. So I think that my recommendation is that Chris share those communications with me, and we continue the matter to the June 9th meeting. And hopefully I will make the conclusion that, I've made here, is that those are not relevant. And that for the reasons I just discussed, I don't believe that the board had violated, but I recommend that the board use caution moving forward and continue to comply as it has done. But when a board member is raising this, I need to have more information, Karen.
Yeah, oh, fair enough. And I have to tell you, Chris, I don't think that I don't think that what you're remembering is what is relevant to this, but that's totally fine. If maybe I'm misremembering, and if I will apologize and make amends. So this is fine. I'm fine with continuing this till June 9th if that makes everybody happy.
Yeah.
Carlo?
Thank you. I just have a simple request that on June 9th, that it's published in the packet that all the text exchanges between Karen and Walt be made public.
What?
That all the text exchanges between you and Walt personally
Okay.
be made public.
Okay, let's talk about our select board policy. And correct me if I'm wrong. So our packet is related to our agenda items. Our policy does go on to say that we will publish all emails, including junk emails. You've seen them in there. There's a lot of stuff in there that maybe, makes our job harder. But the rest of the policy, as Ivrea has already noted, if there is an email that would be detrimental to the town, she can make a decision to remove it.
Yeah, I think I don't have the language right in front of me, but it's to include emails received to the select board at ci.reading.ma.us account, except for any emails that make mention of a minor child or otherwise on advice of town council. And I don't know
Or
if there's one other
privilege.
exception, but
Yeah, the other exception is correspondence involving privileged legal material.
yes.
So
there we
it's
go.
minor child, privileged legal material, or otherwise on the advice of counsel.
Thank you. Thanks for refreshing my recollection there.
Mhm.
I just don't see how it's detrimental to the town what was written in this email. It's very clear cut. It was posted on Facebook. What is contained?
So Chris, I don't think it's within the agenda item to discuss that decision that's been made. What's in front of the board is the open meeting law complaint. I'm happy to have a conversation with you at a later time about that. But I think in terms of next steps, which Karen is trying to discuss, I think the the recommendation that I would have is that we postpone making any decision until the June 9th meeting. And during that time, I can communicate with Chris to make sure that I understand the text messages that were exchanged and make a determination as to whether or not they're relevant.
It wasn't just text messages that was exchanged. That's what initiated it. But then I had a follow-up phone call that night regarding it. So there's no way to
Right.
verify what was said on the phone call. But
We can have a conversation about that as well. Both the text message and the oral communication, I can make that decision. I mean, ultimately, I can only give you my advice on whether or not I think the board violated the open meeting law. It's the board's decision to how they want to respond to this. I mean, it's your choice. So, I can give you my advice, but if you want to respond in a different way and the board votes that's appropriate. The complaint is alleged against the members of the board, all of you, all 5 of you. And so you as a collective get to make a decision on how you want to respond.
so I think I'm more inclined that the content of the website, like I said, and you might say it's not relevant, but I think that one of the first steps that should happen is a resolution that should be made to not include his website in what we're doing. Meaning
Right. So
for us to disavow his website and the views that he has on there are not expressed views of this board.
So that would be a separate agenda item that you could definitely post a discussion of your communication policy, how it's interpreted, and maybe whatever statements you want to make. But what the agenda item is tonight and what's before you is responding to the open meeting law complaint. And so we do need to be diligent about sticking to the topic at hand.
So then I'd like to make a motion to see about adding that to the June 9th meeting or the 15th, whichever one, about the policy and about a resolution as well, unless we want to vote on a resolution right now to disavow what's on his website.
So Chris, we do have to respond to the OML before the 14th, so the 9th would work. And I do still have, some limited text between you and I can share that with Ivrea, and you probably do too. So that will be fine. I'm happy to do that on the 9th and we'll still be in compliance. I'm also personally happy to explore our current select board packet and communication policy, but I might suggest that we do it in July, but I am absolutely in agreement with you. I would love to talk about whether we have the right communication, not communication, but packet policy. Anne?
Yeah, just point of order. We can talk about future agenda items because that is an agenda item, I believe, on this packet, but we can't talk about, we couldn't do a resolution, for example, tonight because that's not on our select board agenda, and voting on things that are not on the agenda would be an open meeting law violation. So.
Thank you, Anne. Yep. It's Carlo.
So thank you, Ann. So at the end of the meeting, we can bring this up again for future agenda topics.
Yes.
Right.
I agree with Chris. This is a topic we should have addressed months ago, and now it's time to address it. I think we'd all be in agreement. I'm not going to speak for anyone, but I will happily discuss this on the 9th and work with the board.
Great. Okay. Thank you, Ivrea. Any other advice? All right, fair enough. Okay, so shall we move on to the hearing then? Okay, thank you.
Okay, would you like me to read the notice?
Yes, please.
To the inhabitants of the town of Reading, please take notice that the Select Board of the Town of Reading will hold a public hearing on June 1st, 2021 at 7:45 p.m. remotely on Zoom to vote on a request from Bagel World to operate beginning at 5 a.m. at variance from section 7.7.1 of the general bylaws. A copy of the proposed documents regarding these topics will be in the Select Board packet on the website at www.readingma.gov. All interested parties are invited to attend the hearing. or may submit their comments in writing or by email prior to 4 p.m. on June 1st, 2021 to townmanager@ci.reading.ma.us by order of Robert W. LaLasher, Town Manager.
Thank you, Mark. Okay. So I see somebody's logging in. Do we have any folks from Bagel World on the call or in the waiting room?
Yeah, they'll be joining you. There's Maria.
Thank you.
Karen, if I might have a chance, once everyone's present, to say a few things before the, well, you can read the hearing notice, I guess, doesn't matter. I just want to provide you an update.
Okay, I'm fine with that. Board members, are you okay if Bob gives us an update? Okay, thank you.
Caitlin, is there anyone else in the waiting room? Okay, so I think Maria must be it. Do you want to start with the hearing notice, or do you want me to say two sentences?
Oh, so we should do the hearing. Did you just read it, Mark?
Can I just read it?
Yes, you did.
Oh,
Mark?
sorry.
Okay.
I don't know where I was. I was muted.
Right.
You know, you saw the information in the packet, as has Bagel World. I sent a note to the woman at Bagel World I've been corresponding with to set up the meeting, and just let her know that there were going to be some comments in the packet about traffic and about past relationships. And she sent me back a rather lengthy email, too late for your packet, but I just wanted to make sure that Bagel World has every opportunity to reply to some of the things you read. You know, the town stands behind everything it said, but Bagel World certainly deserves to have its opportunity to speak. And, you know, I would ask Maria, if she's here representing Bagel World, you know, she should present the request for early opening and why.
Okay. Maria, can you hear us?
You're muted, Maria.
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, hi. I'm Maria's son, Edward. And I've been working with Emily as well on this agenda. We would like to get this ruling for the 5 o'clock, and because there's people waiting early in the morning in our parking lots for the opening at 6. So, and that's why we came to a point that we would like to bring in 5 o'clock, like with our other locations as well. Can you hear me? Yes?
Yeah.
Carlo?
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Karen. Quick question, Edward. Currently you open at 5:30 or you open at 6?
No, we open at 6. We open at 6 o'clock right now. Like because how originally when we first opened up, we were opening up at 5 o'clock. But and then there was some bylaw that it couldn't open up before 6 o'clock. And then after that was a petition that for 5 o'clock ruling, and so that's why I'm would like to do it like on the other stores and at the other locations, and also in the Starbucks and all the other Dunkin' Donuts. They open up at 5 o'clock as well. So I would like to get that opportunity as well to open up at 5 o'clock.
Thank you. I thought, board members correct me, I thought I read somewhere that 5:30 was allowed, or am I reading that wrong somewhere in the packet?
I haven't seen anything at 5:30 or so. But and all the other places that I've noticed, it's been opening up at 5 o'clock.
Okay, let's, I think Bob has an answer for us.
Yeah, the current policy or bylaw is 6 a.m. There is one exception. There's a 24-hour operation, a Shell station down in Walkersbrook without a lot of neighbors, except for Dennis now. That may well be open different than 6 a.m. I'm not sure, but it's possible they are because they're the only gas station that's allowed open 24 hours. And I just don't know about the Dunkin' Donuts inside. But there is no other Reading location currently that opens earlier than 6 a.m. But this is the normal process by which any business could request a 5 a.m. opening would be the earliest. And my recollection is Bagel World, after the bylaw was changed to 6 a.m., I'm pretty sure that they were open at 5:30 a.m. for some period of time after requesting a previous board give them permission, and they received it. And then it went back to 6 o'clock some years ago. That should have been in your packet. But 6 a.m. is the current rule. Any request must be approved by the board to open sooner than 6, with the possible exception of the 24-hour Shell station.
Okay, board members, Mark?
I think actually Chris was ahead of me. Sorry.
Oh, sorry, Chris.
Thanks, Karen. So does this end up helping to alleviate any of the traffic by opening earlier? Is there a reason to end up doing it because you're able to do stuff earlier, which means you're more prepared for the day? Is that what the deal is?
We're basically the baker is already there baking the stuff, the bagels off and everything. It's just for the people that are waiting in the parking lot in their cars for the 6 o'clock clock is to ring at 6 o'clock. So and that and we've noticed all other places like the Starbucks down the street or Dunkin' Donuts at the down on Main Street, and been opening early. I thought it was 5 o'clock all the time, but if it's 5:30, and that's why I was just wanted to make sure. What is the proper procedure? Like in our other locations, it's 5 o'clock, so we're trying to keep it uniform from store to store all around.
I think that anything that's going to help alleviate any of the traffic over there is going to be pretty incredible for that street, let alone because I've other than yesterday on Memorial Day, I've seen stuff backed out to the street all the time over there. So anything that's going to help alleviate any of that traffic, definitely opening up an hour earlier, I'm all for it.
Mark?
So thanks, Karen. Couple of things. One, I note that the police report suggests that they do not think opening earlier will have any impact on traffic issues at all. So I don't, that's not a compelling reason for me. I am interested, however, in kind of what's happening with the property in terms of some of the other requests that the town has made and what I thought was an arrangement that was to go forward. What's happening with that? Is that moving ahead?
Right now, we're just waiting for the Mass DOT for their report.
So, go ahead, Bob. Sorry, if you can respond.
If I may, Karen, just to be clear, and I don't think I was clear in my memo. Whatever Bagel World may have indicated is certainly, it's free speech. They say what they want. They're not required to do anything under the site plan review immediately. They have a period of time in which there is a number of items that they should address. I think Julie told me, 1 year would be quite reasonable. So the fact that they're not doing anything today is not something that any of us should hold against them. But certainly their intention of what they do or don't intend to do would be interesting to know. I just wanted to make it clear, because I don't think I made it clear, that their current lack of progress on any item is not a serious problem. Is that right, Julie?
Okay, I saw Avery had her hand.
Yeah.
Sorry, thank you, Karen. I don't mean to jump in, but I just wanted to direct the board's attention to your bylaw, which does outline the standard of review that's applicable for issuing these late or nighttime operation exemptions from your 6 a.m. policy. And I don't know if Bob fully outlined that in his memo. I'm sorry, I didn't read it, but if you want me to go into detail on that, I'm here to share the standard that the board can look towards.
I think that would be helpful because I didn't talk about the public good at all.
Okay, yeah. So it's section 774 of your bylaws, and it says that that the reasons for nighttime operation should be as follows. The operation of retail or commercial establishments during nighttime hours will not cause unreasonable disruption or disturbance to, or otherwise adversely affect the customary character of any adjacent or nearby residential neighborhoods. And the finding that must be made is that the operation of the retailer or commercial establishment during the nighttime hours is reasonably necessary to serve the public health, safety, and welfare, or serve a public need, or provide a public convenience, which outweighs any increase in any of the following impacts on the adjacent nearby residential neighborhoods: noise, lighting, vibration, traffic congestion, or volume of pedestrian or vehicular retail traffic that might create a risk to pedestrians or vehicular safety or other adverse public safety impacts. So this is just something to keep in mind as you're having this discussion.
Thank you. Anne?
Yes, thank you very much for coming tonight. I was hoping that you could respond to some of the information that was included in our packet. Excuse me, specifically the letter that the board received from our deputy chief, Christine Amendola. I don't know if you've had occasion to look at it, but she wrote that there have been concerns with Bagel World over the past 5 years regarding traffic complaints. Excuse me. And she goes on to detail those. And as for the 5 a.m. start time request, we, meaning the police department, do not think that will alleviate any traffic problems, as there currently is not a traffic issue until after 8 a.m. We are concerned that the surrounding residents could be impacted by the 5 a.m. start, and the speaker system could impact Benjamin Lane residents. So I was hoping you might be able to speak to those traffic and noise concerns or that the deputy chief raised. Thank you.
I'm sorry, and you were speaking to me also about the noise stuff.
Yeah, I was hoping that you might be able to respond respond to that, the concerns about traffic and potential noise issues starting at 5 a.m.
The noise, I don't think it is going to be that much. You have the street cars coming by and also trucks driving back and forth. But our delivery times are not early in the morning. It's later on after like 8 o'clock. So and that wouldn't impact any other like noise. So like putting and our neighboring neighbors.
Mark?
Edward, I'm wondering, can you talk more about some of the traffic issues that have been brought up by the town, and also specifically in this note from the police department? I think that I have some concerns about that. I suspect other board members may as well. I just am interested in how we can, take care of some safety issues here. I know it's not exactly the same thing as 5 a.m., but I think it's part of the issue of how do we work together to provide a safe environment at all times for residents, for pedestrians, for cars, and for your employees.
I see the safety as well overall, and it's not like how it used to be years ago. Everybody that has a car in going to school or in going to work. And we recently implemented online ordering, so people are ordering anytime during the night, even for early morning, and to get their orders. So if they place an order or come in for their order, in and out, and that's how I see it. Until
Is there a plan to change the drive-through structure?
at this time, we did a proposal of the drive-through, and we're still looking at the online ordering that decreased the traffic flow quite a bit, and because then you have the order pickup time, so and specific order pickup time as well. So it did help out quite a bit.
So online sounds great. I think anything that can be done to alleviate the traffic will be helpful in the drive-through lines, but there still seem to be issues taking place that are having an impact on the roadway. I know that there's an employee sometimes in the parking lot guiding people in different directions. I would be very encouraging of finding a solution to this.
And with the online ordering, we're going to have in designated spots, parking spots as well. So people will be coming in and out like other establishments.
Anne, oh, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. With apologies if you've already spoken to this, but is one of the issues flagged by the deputy chief was around changes proposed by the CPDC, which she thought was a good start to solving some of the traffic issues, but it was unclear whether Bagel World would be going forward with those changes. Would you mind clarifying that? And apologies if you already have. I did have to step away for a glass of water.
The proposal for the other drive-through, or
Yes.
and that is we're still waiting from the report. We haven't heard anything back from the Mass DOT. What I've last heard from.
Okay.
Forgive me. I'm sorry. I just need to clarify. I hear other board members, and I also am interested in the answer, asking for you to address the issues that our deputy chief has raised in the letter. Have you seen the issues where they've been trying to help us resolve traffic issues and not having much luck working with you?
I haven't seen any letter unless it went to Emily or so. But I'm working with Emily and willing to work out any concerns for the safety on the street. Like if the traffic backs up, I don't know. I was thinking either no right turn until traffic decreases in the drive-through. On it, and like add on our A-frame.
Anne?
I might propose that we postpone the hearing or to a later date, giving Bagel World an opportunity to read the deputy chief's letter and respond to it, either writing or orally at the next time we can convene for a postponed hearing.
Bob, go ahead.
I did, without getting into the number of complaints or the number of traffic enforcements, I did summarize to Emily, who's on the call, what the memo said, but I did not share the memo.
Carla?
Hi, and it's good that Julie's on the call too, but Mark, to address your concerns, this has been under extensive CPDC review and with many changes to address the cars backing up on 28. While, thankfully Bagel World has a great business and a lot of people want to go there. But with their new ordering system, if the DOT approves it, because Julie, correct me if I'm wrong, I think CPDC is just waiting for that. Is that correct?
No, CPDC has approved the changes to their parking layout and the additional drive-through and pass-through lane. They approved it conditionally, of course, on the applicant obtaining approval for the new curb cut dimensions from Mass DOT.
Right. So Mark, to address your issue, there's considerable changes for queuing. The ordering kiosk will allow cars on either side. And maybe that would be helpful for our next meeting, just to see. I've seen it many times, and it's pretty extensive change to what is there now. So, whether it gets approved or not is to be determined, but I think that may help you in some of your thought process because they've spent probably a lot of money on architects and redrawings to accommodate CPDC and the town and, try to get a better flow there. We know it's a problem, and yeah, it needs to be addressed. This doesn't address everything, but they've addressed the sound system, the decibel level, the impact on the neighbors behind there. So, I know we're here just to talk about the start time, but it seems they've done their due diligence on as much as they can do in that space to accommodate, to make it better. Thanks.
Chris, did you have any questions?
Yes, thanks, Karen. I guess I heard that the online system that they're looking about implementing where people would come and just pick it up, but it just doesn't seem like you can get in the parking lot to pick it up to begin with. So I don't see how that would end up helping the situation out. Additionally, if I end up personally finding out that Bagel World is now faster and now I can finally go there again, it's like going to be a double-edged sword where we're just going to be back at square one. Their business is booming even better, and now traffic is going to back up again, no matter, regardless of the changes they made. So it's great for them that they have an amazing business that people want to go to, and it's a good problem, I guess, to have to be dealing with us about an hour difference in time and whatnot. But I can definitely, I don't know, at first when I saw this, I was like 5 o'clock, no big deal between 5 and 6, but now it seems as if, what about the other residents that I wasn't aware that a speaker would end up interrupting them? But at the same time, nobody came, I guess. So it was open for any residents to complain about it and nobody came. Like, so I'm kind of torn, like in that aspect, I'd just be okay with the 5 o'clock then. But to Ann's point, I'm fine with postponing it as well, because traffic is still a massive issue.
Mark?
Thanks, Karen. Yeah, I think postponing it is probably a really good idea here. I wonder though, Julie, is there anything that the town can do in coaxing DOT to move along on the proposal? And Chris, I take your point, and Carlo, I mean, it's great that there's a lot of business, but it's not safe and it needs to be addressed. And, we've got the police department kind of outlining to us a lot of concerns. We need to address it. We need to figure it out. And if in figuring it out, it builds more business, then it may require other solutions from there. I don't know if police details are an option, particularly on busy days. I know that and I'm not here to try to figure out what the solutions are, but it's great to have a thriving business. I want to figure out how we can make it safer. And I'm just concerned that we've been going around this and around this for 5 years at least. And I think we should, whatever we can do to help, I would suggest that's what we dig into here and figure it out. If we can put a little bit of leverage onto DOT, if that's possible, that would be great. If it needs legislative help, fine. What can we do to move it ahead? So again, we don't just kick it down the road. Thanks.
I also share the safety concerns and the safety concerns and the number of concerns and letters we've gotten from residents is considerable. I'm open to a postponement. If you were to ask me to vote on this tonight, with the current traffic situation not resolved, my inclination would be to vote no. I need to know that we have a business partner in town that cares about safety and is going to work with us. And when I see a memo from our police department, and I know that I've gotten stuck in dangerous traffic time and time again on 28, and Chris, some of the comments Chris made, I could have made myself. It's hard for me to go there. It's too dangerous. And it's too dangerous for me to drive up and down 28 on Saturday afternoons as well. So I would be inclined to vote no at this point until we address the safety and traffic concerns. Carlo.
Thanks. I have nothing further on this. I just want to piggyback in reference to what Chris said. I just noticed now in the packet, we don't have any public comment. Is that an oversight? Public comment section, not for this, for in general.
We did not receive any public comment. Julie could speak to whether CPDC had much public comment, but the board has not received any.
No, not to this. What we're talking about right now, we don't have a public comment line item in our agenda.
Well, that was earlier and there wasn't any.
Oh, okay. All right.
It's on the public comment is on the agenda though, Carlo.
And during a hearing, you could certainly also entertain public comment if there was any.
7:15 public comment was listed on the agenda.
All right. My apologies. Sorry.
So my question is, like you were mentioning about the safety concerns, it's like after 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock. So the 5 o'clock ruling, even though it's not, there's not traffic at that time. That's why we're wondering if we'll be able to maybe test the waters out and see how it is in the morning at 5 o'clock.
Understood. So if we were to postpone this, okay, so Ian, initially you had suggested potentially postponing so that they could address the letter. I'm not sure that, I'm not feeling like that's going to get us anywhere. Or we could just vote, yay or no now. How do board members feel? Mark?
Thanks, Aaron. I'm inclined to postpone. I really feel like this has to be an opportunity to address kind of the safety issue broadly and figuring out kind of how to help that happen as best as possible. I think like you, Karen, I think that if it was just kind of, let's just vote on it now, I think I would be inclined to vote against it. I really would like to see us make some real progress on moving ahead. And again, if it's in the lap of DOT or someone else to kind of help that along and help this, I think 5 years is too long for this to have continued to be an issue for us in general for safety. And, if we can move forward on that, I think I feel much more favorably inclined toward some kind of not changing the bylaw, but offering them a, sorry, I'm not coming up with the right word tonight, a variance.
Early opening, yep.
Early opening, thank you. I'd be inclined to postpone.
Okay, Bob, can you help us here with some procedural?
Yeah, I'm just gonna list what I think the options are, and Ivrea can correct me. The board can continue the hearing to a time and a date certain. And, you have a list of meetings, in the summer. But if you do that, I think the reasonable reason you do that is with a specific request that Bagel World come back and report on X, whatever it is. You can just let the hearing lapse tonight and you can, decide, and they can decide whether to apply again. And then you could decide when to put it on an agenda and we could renotice the hearing. That's not hard. Just takes, a little bit of planning. Or you can vote tonight. And if you vote tonight, they still have every right to come back whenever they want, if they understand your objections and can, overcome them and ask you again. So the board has, a lot of flexibility, I would say.
Hang on, Carlo, I'm sorry, I don't know your first name. Thank you for joining us tonight. Do you have any opinions on those options that town manager has laid out?
Oh, my name is Edward.
Sorry, Edward, thank you. I'm sorry, Edward. So do you have any opinion on those options? Would you like us to go ahead and vote and we vote, the vote falls how it falls? Would you prefer us to continue and let you have some time to work out with Department of Transportation or with the RPD, Reading Police Department? Or would you just like us to let the hearing lapse and you can reply at a later date? Say you take the summer to sort of work on these traffic issues and you could come back in the fall and say, we've made changes and we've worked with RPD and they can back us up and the residents can also back us up. We'll know whether it's working or not, and you could reapply, because I think if you saw an earlier hearing that we had with Bunratty's is always working with the town. And so when they came to us and asked us for some leniency, we felt more comfortable doing it. But as Mark keeps pointing out, these traffic and safety issues have been going on for years, and we really need to figure them out.
Yeah, I've known we've been working with the police department on that, and it's just in the safety overall, and that's we were wondering if there would be any way to see how it works out, because like I believe you were saying, Karen. So it was like around 8, 9 o'clock, it started backing up. So in between 5 and 8, 9 o'clock, that's 3, 4 hours difference. So if it's going to be backing up there a lot earlier, then I understand and we have to address something overall. But early mornings, I thought that we could open up a little bit earlier. Help out and everybody, it may make a difference.
Carlo?
Thank you. I think we should postpone. Myself personally, it just seems, there is less traffic and less safety concerns from 5 to 7, let's say, or 5 to 7:30, 8 o'clock. I think we can all agree on that. There's just less cars on the road, but there's bigger issues here to discuss. It sounds like, and I don't disagree with Mark, that if DOT gave this a thumbs up and CPDC gave this a thumbs up as far as the traffic pattern, the flow, the reconfiguration of the parking, I think that would help us out a lot. Do you agree with that, Mark? Yeah. So I think that's my suggestion, postpone. As to when, I'll leave that to the applicant. I don't think he answered you, Karen, what his preference was, but my preference is postponing.
So then are we really saying that we perhaps let this hearing lapse and let the applicant reapply? Okay. Do we need to have a motion to do that, Bob?
I don't think so. Rivera? Just close the hearing?
Yes, you'd vote to close the hearing, but yeah, you'd vote to close the hearing. I guess the one concern is potentially he could appeal it, but if he's amenable to renoticing it for a future date, then we could just confirm with them in writing. Caitlin can follow up after the meeting.
Yeah, and Karen, you may want to just ask for public comment. I don't see anyone, but one never knows.
Sure. If there are any residents or other businesses in town that'd like to speak now, we can wait a minute or so on this hearing for opening Bagel World at 5 a.m.
Hey, Karen?
Oh,
I mean,
sorry.
one other comment too. So we haven't talked completely about the implication of offering someone a 5 a.m. opening. And the same thing that Edward kind of talked about would probably indicate that there may or may not be other businesses that would ask us for the same opportunity to open at 5 a.m. And you know, even if we decide in the end that neighbors aren't as much of an issue here, they very much could be at some other locations pretty quickly. And I'm not sure that we want to open that door completely. You know, I'm not. It's certainly not a no to the idea, but I think we should just think about the implications of 5 a.m. broadly. There's a reason why the bylaw suggests 6, I think. It doesn't suggest 6, it says 6.
Agree. Okay, so I don't think we have any additional public comment at this time.
Right.
So would you like a motion to close the hearing?
I would like a motion to close the hearing, please.
Motion to close the hearing.
Could I have a second, please?
Second.
Thank you, Ann. Okay. Okay, so wait, we're not voting.
We have to vote on the motion to close.
Okay, great. Okay, as I see you, Mark,
Yes.
Ann,
Yes.
Chris,
Yes.
Carlo,
Yes.
Karen, 5-0, motion to close the hearing.
Karen?
Yes, Mark.
Thank you. So I would like to suggest that it would be great to have to ask Edward and Julie through CPDC, whatever we can do in terms of if it's talking to DOT and what the board can do, or talk to legislators, and whatever other steps can be taken to help that process, so that the proposal that sounds like everyone is okay with, assuming that DOT is, could move forward. And if there's going to be a problem with DOT, then we can address it so that the issue moves more quickly. That would be a great kind of deliverable to come back with, and to be able to work with the board to move forward on both that and an earlier opening idea.
Okay, so are we done with this item, or do we, I'm sorry, I'm stuck on the procedure here. We have closed the hearing and we're not going to take a vote on this tonight.
Right.
Right.
All right, so, you know, we'll just continue it until a later time and hear from the Mass DOT what they come up with.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll be in touch with Emily and see what's all the next steps on.
Thank you, Edward. We appreciate your business in town. So just,
I appreciate being in town. Everybody was so helpful with everything, and we just like to make it safe and easy place. And we've been doing the online ordering, and we've been noticing that it's been becoming a success. Wish we started it a lot sooner on it, you know, but overall, I think it's turning out well.
good.
Awesome. Awesome. Edward, if you could share with us, I'm sorry, Karen, can I speak for a sec?
Yeah.
Thanks. As you're doing more and more of that, if you can share with the board the results of that also, that would be great. If you're finding that it is having a huge impact and you know, is reducing traffic and things like that, that's great. I don't see it as an alternative to the traffic solutions, but I think it's great that you're thinking creatively about how to help the situation.
Yeah, especially Mother's Day was one of our busiest days, and that went quite smoothly. You know, overall, I thought we were going to be really jammed with everything, but I was there outside, and everything went smoothly that I've seen, and hopefully things are slowly getting to that point and being a smooth transition on everything.
Best of luck.
Great.
Thank you. Terrific. Okay.
Thank you very much. Okay, Bob's hand in the background. Sorry, I got my two screens going.
Could the board take their 5-minute 9 o'clock break now?
Yeah, that actually works for me. Other board members, are you okay with that? Okay, so it says 9:02. How about we come back at 9:07?
Yeah. Caitlin, you can let folks in. I think Chuck might be waiting.
Okay, thank you. Anne, are you back? Next up on our item, vote to approve the Reading Wakefield intermunicipal agreement for school POST program. So I don't know, Bob or Dr. Doherty, if you have any comments on this before we vote?
I can certainly, Bob, if you want.
Sure.
So this is something that's done every 3 years in terms of the partnership that we have with Wakefield for the post program. Gail Dowd and Dr. Jennifer Stice are here if you have any questions about it. But this is a standard agreement that we've had both the school committee and the select board approve over the last 3 years.
Bob, I had one question. In the packet, was there 2 copies of this by accident or was there a reason?
I think it was the school committee's memo, and then I cut and pasted for what the board needed to do. And then today, John sent a slightly revised copy. So Mark would have a revised motion. And then there's a PowerPoint that's separate from all that. Does that sound right?
Because there's 2 copies of the agreement itself, one signed, I think. by
Yeah, I was going to say,
Oh,
sorry,
okay.
Bob. I think what we included, Karen, and sorry, it's Gail Dow from the schools. We presented this April 1st to the school committee. They voted unanimously to approve it. The town of Wakefield, their school committee and their town council, I don't want to say that wrong, also approved it. So what we included was the signatures indicating that the town manager and the appropriate boards in Wakefield have approved it.
Very good. Okay, thank you.
So is there actually a revision or is it as presented in the packet?
It's the same. One is just signed versus unsigned.
Look exact, but I just in case I missed something, I wanted to ask. Okay, board members, any other questions? Okay, we have a motion.
Move to approve the Reading Wakefield intermunicipal agreement for the school post program as presented.
We have a second.
Second,
Thank you. Okay, board members, as I see you, Mark,
Yes.
Anne,
Yes.
Chris,
Yes.
Carlo,
yes.
and Karen. Yes, thank you. Great. And now we can move on to the vote to approve the application for the Killam School project as part of the beginning stages of the MSBA, Massachusetts School Building Association statement of interest in that funding program. So this is very exciting.
Would you like me to say a few words, Karen?
Sure.
Okay. Yes, this is very exciting. So as you know, for the last couple of years, we have been doing an elementary preschool master plan and enrollment study. GNAP Associates has been doing that work for us. The result of that is moving forward with a statement of interest, which is the very first step in the MSBA application process. This does not commit the town or the school department to any funds. What it does is it allows us to get our foot in the door for the MSBA pipeline for right now would be for the Killam Elementary School. It doesn't mean that we would be building a new Killam. It could mean we're renovating a Killam. That's what would the next step be if we get accepted into the program, is that there would be pending funding from town meeting. There would be a schematic and feasibility study done. The whole timeline has been outlined in the PowerPoint that was sent to you. The application has been, which I think, Bob, you may have sent to them today. That is a revised application based on the feedback that we received from the school committee on Thursday night. The school committee did vote to approve that. So this is the very first step in the process. So we're very early on in the process right now.
Super. And thank you. It wasn't entirely clear from whether you said it could be either or, and when we get down to the road, it could be either or a renovation or a new building. I wasn't sure it was entirely clear. Could you share with the folks at home what the current reimbursement is for projects that are approved?
So the reimbursement formula is dependent on some factors. It depends upon if you go with a model school plan, which MSBA can provide, or your own schematic plan. So for Reading, it would be probably somewhere between 50 and 60% reimbursement, depending on what plan. If you have a facilities maintenance plan, which we do, due to the hard work of Mr. Huggins and his crew. So there are certain points you can be awarded that would go towards the reimbursement process. But for Reading, a town like Reading, it would be around 50 to 60%.
Super. Other board members, questions? Mark?
Thanks, Karen. John, in school committee, you outlined an option B in the presentation. I'm assuming that you voted not to do option B. Is that correct? Is just to pursue Killam at this time?
So MSBA only allows you to apply for one site.
Okay.
If you get accepted for that site and there's reimbursement and the site has been built, then you can apply for a second site.
Got it. So this is Killam specific.
Correct.
Great. And then the other question is, in the motion that we now have that I'll be reading momentarily, is that reflective of what has been approved and what we'll be submitting?
That is correct, yes.
Questions from other board members? Carlo?
Another question. Thank you, everybody. As a former Killam family, I'm thrilled. This is the first step, so I wish everyone good luck in town to approve this down the road, but I'm very happy that we're starting the process. Thank you.
Great. I'm also very excited. I know this has been a to-do for a very long time, and the building, you know, has served us well, but it's time for a number of reasons. And the only feedback I had on the application was that, you know, all of the programmatic and ADA accessibility and energy efficiency there was to there to some extent. What I was surprised to see or not see, what I'd like to see is, you know, if we go down the full rebuild route, or maybe somewhat if we go down the renovation route, I would like to see the commitment to, you know, the climate being as carbon neutral as possible, like reinventing the wheel versus trying not to put a Band-Aid, and being very sensitive that we've now in the state made a commitment to be carbon neutral by 2050. So I would love to see that in the applicant. I don't know if others communities which are building these, you know, heavily marketed, Winchester's got one where they make a huge deal out of their partnerships, and whether that could help us in the application, but certainly it's a great factor.
So Karen, that's a great point. That would be done during the feasibility piece of the study. It doesn't necessarily have to be part of the statement of interest.
Okay, no other comments? Would we, oh, Bob, thank you.
John, I apologize for not thinking of this and asking you sooner, but since I have to sign it also. Once MSBA approves you and you're kind of in the pipeline, is the default that you stay in that pipeline line until funding is available pretty much?
I believe that you only need to apply once. Yes.
Yeah, I remember the MSBA talking about emptying out their pipeline on a regular basis, and I just didn't remember where that ended up.
Yeah, so the part I think you're referring to is once we would get accepted for funding for an actual building project.
Okay.
Right now, this would be the phase before that.
Okay, yeah, I think you've explained it. Thank you.
Right, and John, that's when the what is it? The 270-day window starts.
Correct.
once we're approved, so we would have to, I apologize, Karen, I just jumped right in. We would have to then have community forums and discussions about this before we went to the voters.
That is
So,
correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Okay, could I have a motion, Mr. Secretary?
So I'm going to read the entire piece here. Resolved, having convened in an open meeting on June 1st, 2021, prior to the closing date, the Select Board of Reading, Massachusetts, in accordance with its charter, bylaws, and ordinances, has voted to authorize the superintendent of schools to submit to the Massachusetts School Building Authority the statement of interest dated June 4th, 2021 for the Killam Elementary School located at 333 Charles Street in Reading, Massachusetts, which describes and explains the following deficiencies and priority categories for which an application may be submitted to the Massachusetts School Building Authority in the future. Priority 5, replacement, renovation, or modernization of school facility systems such as roofs, windows, boilers, heating and ventilation systems to increase energy conservation and decrease energy-related costs in a school facility. This includes the installation of a fire suppression system, handicap accessibility throughout the school, and replacement of all plumbing systems in the building due to high lead content in the drinking water. Priority 7, replacement of or addition to obsolete buildings in order to provide for a full range of programs consistent with state and approved local requirements. This includes, but is not limited to, addressing elementary enrollment increases over the next 10 years, providing adequate space for special education programs and related services, full-day kindergarten, English language learner services, and preschool expansion. And hereby further specifically acknowledges by submitting the statement of interest form, the Massachusetts School Building Authority in no way guarantees the acceptance or the approval of an application, the awarding of a grant, or any other funding commitment from the Massachusetts School Building Authority, or commits the town to filing an application for funding with the Massachusetts School Building Authority.
Thank you. Okay, board members, are we ready for a vote?
Does that require any sort of a second first?
Second, yes. Could I have a second, please?
Second.
Thank you, Carlo. Okay, now are we ready for a vote? Okay, as I see you, Mark,
Yes.
Anne,
Yes.
Chris,
Yes.
Carlo,
Yes.
and Karen, yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
thank you.
Nice job.
Thanks, folks.
Okay. Okay, so next up is a building security update. I see that Joe Huggins is in the Zoom.
Yeah, and as Joe comes in, I'd just like to thank John and Gail, especially for all the work that we maneuvered around during the pandemic in order for all this work to happen. A building security project in normal times is very complex. During a pandemic, some of it became easier, but most of it became harder. We had to work with the Board of Health to allow different people in different buildings, as you can imagine. Simpler maybe because there was less students in the building, but more complicated because there was limits to how many people could be in any spaces at any one time. So I really tip my cap to Joe and all the crew for, you know, you'll hear how much work got done during the pandemic, and it's really remarkable how much did get done and done well and on budget. So thanks, Joe.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you, everybody. So early in 2016, the town of Reading had a security study done looking at all of our town and school buildings. And as a result of that, the study gave us a pretty detailed report of where we were vulnerable in each and every location, town or school buildings. From that, we then began to develop a scope of work. We hired an architectural firm and a design team to go out and look at, you know, what measures we were going to implement in the schools and town buildings. And we put that out to bid. As everybody knows, we started the project in last year in June of 2020, and the work began. And we made it through most of the buildings and then the pandemic hit. And so we did put a delay on some of the work due to the pandemic. But then the good thing that came out of it is we were able to accelerate the work in the elementary schools and do that beginning last September. So as of right now, we are fully complete, except for a couple of small measures we're going to do in all town and school buildings. What's going on right now is we have hired a contractor, which is a separate piece of the security project, to do the renovation of the Reading Dispatch Center. Work is beginning over there as we speak. We're doing work in the setting up a temporary dispatch, and soon to follow will be a cut over into that area and then a renovation of the existing dispatch. The duration of that project is probably going to last somewhere into late fall, early winter of this year. So we're in, like Bob said, we're in good shape. It's been challenging. We've had to really collaborate with a lot of different groups. This is not a brick and mortar project that I'm used to. This is a lot of technology. So the school technology department has played a huge role in helping us, as well as the town technology department. So without them, we really wouldn't be able to do this project. So it's been like a collaboration between all three groups: facilities, town technology, and school technology. So we're excited. We've made a lot of enhancements in security systems in the buildings, with, you know, card access and as well as video. We've increased the amount of surveillance in the buildings, if you will. We've also been following closely the guiding principles, we'll call it, of the security study, which is, you know, obviously to protect the stakeholders in the buildings. So we're pretty excited. Like Bob mentioned, we're on budget right now. We're working closely with our design team as well as our clerk of the works. Other than a few other enhancements we're going to do depending on what we have remaining budget, we should be wrapped up by the end of the by late fall, early winter on the project. So that's really all I have. If anybody has any questions.
So much like the executive session we had a couple years ago, there's like not a lot of detail.
I'd love to share more. I will tell you that, like I said, the biggest thing we in the schools will say the same thing. There was a guiding principle that we followed while we designed this project. You can never do enough, if you will, when it comes to making buildings safe. It's been a cultural shift, I will tell you, with a lot of in the town and the school side, with who has access and who doesn't have access. And that's the biggest thing, is gaining control of your buildings as far as who gets in, when they get in, do they qualify for access to the building. Not everybody has access. And, you know, in the past that might've been different. We've slowly been changing that. It's been a cultural shift at the schools. And we're rolling that out in the town buildings also, so.
Okay, Bob?
One of the most challenging parts of this, aside from sort of the timing, is, you know, fundamentally, you can argue that schools need to be safe. There's students in them, they should be safe. They should not fear going to school. And, you know, the building users have to accommodate that. But a town building is meant for the public. It's not meant for the workers in the building. It's meant for the people who come into the building. So, you know, the philosophy is quite different, school and town buildings. School is pretty easy to button up philosophically. The town buildings are a lot harder. You know, we did set up some areas in town hall that are really staff only. And, you know, they kind of always been operationally staff only, but honestly, if some volunteers or the public ever wanted to go back and do something, it was fine. But we had to move, like, the veteran service officer to not be in a staff only area, to be in a more accessible area. So that's been a challenge, and that's something, you know, as now we reopen some of the public buildings, you know, we'll see how it works. We'll see if we got it right. That's going to be a learning experience, but, you know, it is much harder to tell the public they can't come into a public building, which is meant for them. You know, so we'll do the best we can. I will look through the old material I have. I'm looking at an old presentation now. I realize there's a couple of new board members. And, you know, just for your reference, I'll send it to all the board members, what we've shared in the past at a higher level, just so you can get a better sense.
That might be helpful. Thank you. Chris, did you have a question?
Yes, thanks, Karen. Yeah, to echo kind of what Bob just said, I specialize in IT and security surveillance. So I was wondering, is it possible now that COVID is relaxing to kind of just get not a tour or something on like the progress that has been done already over there at the various schools? Or like, is this something that would it be open to? Just for my own knowledge, just to see what has been.
The security study that was done is, John, you or Bob can correct me if you'd like, is a document that's only shared with, I want to say, or Gail, you can correct me, maybe 10 or 11 people that had to sign an agreement to view the study. So what measures we did, where they are, and what does what is really a protected document under Homeland Security. So I feel compelled to tell you that. Town manager can correct me if I'm wrong, but it's not something that we really want to share in that respect. And you probably can understand that doing what you do.
Yep, no, I didn't know that wasn't. Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, Chris, you know, the high level presentations I can share with you will just frustrate you because you're an expert, but at least you'll have a flavor for what aspects of building hardening and access controls and cameras we focused on.
Yeah.
You know, as you walk through Town Hall, which is a much more open building to you, you could just use your eyes and probably figure out most of the stuff we did.
Yeah.
You know, but for students and children, it is just a different appetite and a different situation.
Definitely, I can understand that. Their security is utmost, paramount. So no, I understand not being shared with it. So, but other than that, yeah.
Karen, if I could speak a little bit to that. So Chris, and again, I'm sure you know this. So it's been a combination of infrastructure changes, enhancements of existing things that were already there, but also some, as Joe mentioned, some real cultural changes with policies and procedures, which started before we even started the work, the actual infrastructure work. And the key policy that we put in place was a big culture shift, which now is more of the norm. So it's really been over the last 4 years, Joe, 4 years, I think.
Yep, correct.
With the culture change and then the infrastructure piece that's been going on.
Early on, after the biggest thing we did was in a simple thing like key access, we developed what's called a key matrix, and this has been something that we've rolled out in the schools 3 years ago, I want to say.
Yeah.
And it's based on the study, on the guiding principles, and it's basically what's your job title? What access do you need? Do you need to have exterior access only, or do you need interior or whatever? And the paring down of that has helped us to get that was the first thing we did to get a greater control of who has access to our buildings. So then you follow that same philosophy to electronic access, and we followed the same rule. So it was easy to do once we had done that, but that was a little painful at first. So, but it's working out. That's what matters.
Yeah, my general comment was mainly the security camera aspect, not just not access control and all that. It's more of that I'm able to just walk in somewhere, see a camera and know like, why is it actually done like this? That's typically the scenarios that we come into, is always to fix something. So I'm not saying something's broken. It's more of, I don't want to be going to the school and being like, that camera just looks incorrectly placed. Why is it done like that? It's more of, I'm sure there was a reason for it.
And there was a reason for everything. And that one of the decisions that myself and the assistant director made was to include the security consultant in the design process. And he actually did the TRC Corporation. I'm sure, I don't know if you've heard of them before, but they did the commissioning for all the systems as we went through. We paid a little extra for that, but we felt it was a good move, pointing where they were, how many, you know, you can never have enough, but we hired them to make sure that what we were putting in made sense. So yes, that was done. That was a key component, because we felt as though, quite frankly, I'm a facilities director. I'm not a security expert. So we wanted to make sure we had the right people involved in, you know, and vetted out these decisions. So.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Appreciate that update. It's been a long time.
Oh, you're very welcome. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe.
Make the best out of a pandemic. Thank you. Okay, all right. Next, we have an update on green communities. And school committee members, you're absolutely welcome to stay. It'll be a beautiful thing for the schools as well when we ultimately get there, but we'll get an update on that tonight. Okay, so Julie, do we have someone joining us from MAPC? Megan?
Yes, that's correct.
Hi, folks. Good evening.
Good evening, Megan. I appreciate that very detailed presentation you included in our packet. So I don't think we weren't going to ask you to go through all those slides.
Sure. Yeah, we can do whatever makes sense. I know Julie was going to give a quick update on sort of where the criteria are at. And yeah, I know you folks have had a long meeting tonight. So Julie, if you want to let me know kind of how much I should plan to cover, I can do what makes sense. If folks have...
I can breeze through mine really quickly. I don't know if you want to just pull it up, Meg.
Yeah.
We'll just screen share it. That looks good to me.
So to summarize, we have, the select board will be asked to vote on a fuel efficiency vehicle policy at one of our next meetings. So this has triggered this update. So thank you, Julie.
Yeah, sure. So Meg, do you want to give the little kickoff and then I'll jump in?
Yeah, sure. So to introduce myself, so my name is Megan Aki. I'm from the Metropolitan Area Planning Council. And we've been supporting the town with their efforts to meet the criteria to become a green community through the Green Communities program that's run by the Department of Energy Resources. And our team over at MAPC supports a lot of cities and towns with this process, and also the process of being a green community once designated. So providing technical support on developing the energy reduction plan and meeting the other criteria. So I'm going to pass it over to Julie to just give a quick update on the other criteria, and then the piece that we're here to kind of discuss more in depth and answer any questions that you might have about is criteria 4, which deals with the fuel efficient vehicle policy.
Sure. So here's just a quick list of the 5 criteria, and then some notes over here on the right-hand side of the screen. So criteria 1, as of right siting, this can be met by simply allowing research and development facilities by right in certain zoning districts. And that's what we allow in town, so that we feel that we're covered from that perspective. And the research and development facilities can be, like specifically for green communities would be tiered towards like the development of renewable energy systems and things like that. And then criteria 2 is expedited permitting. And this just basically means that local permits can be issued within a year for these types of as of right facilities. So in town, we have the site plan review process for most as of right uses, go through a site plan review process, and that at best case scenario could be completed within about 3.5 months. So we have a letter from town council that kind of outlines all of these things that we have submitted to the Department of Energy Resources, and we're just awaiting their official word that we meet these 2 criteria. We have gotten preliminary feedback that we should be okay, but we're waiting the official word. And then just jumping down to criteria 5, Meg will go more in depth into 3 and especially 4 tonight. But criteria 5, you might remember from, I think it was last November town meeting, the stretch code was adopted. And after it went through the review by the Attorney General's office, it became effective this past April 1st. So it's been in effect for a couple months at this point. So that's my update. Now back to Meg.
In the packet, so I'll just kind of click through these next slides, but it just has a little bit more description of each of the criteria. There was also a 2-pager that has those specific updates that Julie shared, and a lot more information on criteria 3 that I'll just kind of talk through because it is one of the biggest pieces of complying with the Green Communities program, and this has to do with the energy reduction plan. And so this is really the next piece that we'll be working on with the town over the summer and into the fall to identify all of the measures that can be implemented across the town's facilities to achieve a 20% reduction in energy use over a 5-year period from the base year that the town chooses, whether that's fiscal year 2020 or fiscal year 2021. That's still to be determined. So we'll be providing support to the town to pull together all of the different energy conservation measures that would go into this plan. And it's really a roadmap for what could get the town to that 20% reduction and kind of a guide of what to look to over that 5-year period. And obviously, as things change over time, there may be other measures that the town will pursue, but it's that commitment and plan for getting those energy savings across the town's facilities. In criteria 4, I'm going to talk through more in depth. And as Karen mentioned, this is the policy that will need to be adopted by both the select board and the school committee in order to comply with criteria 4. So that's why we wanted to share some more information about that today. I know you had all this information in your packet, so I'll kind of go through this quickly. But essentially, criteria 4 of the Green Communities program has 3 main components to it in order to meet the requirements. First is that fuel efficient vehicle policy. And then within that, having a replacement plan for vehicles that would need to comply with the policy or non-exempt vehicles. And then also maintaining a vehicle inventory of all of the town's vehicles and tracking when things are replaced and making sure that over time, once you are a green community, you're complying with those requirements in the policy. And so the 2 kind of main things to understand in terms of what the Department of Energy Resources fuel efficient vehicle policy refers to are sort of exempt and non-exempt vehicles. So vehicles that are exempt from the policy, so wouldn't need to comply with the fuel efficient vehicle standards, are all of your heavy duty vehicles, any emergency response police cruisers, and then any off-road or motorcycles aren't included in the inventory and wouldn't need to comply with the policy. So really what we're talking about when it comes to the fuel efficient vehicle policy are any of your administrative vehicles that might fall within your emergency departments, any vehicles that fall underneath that 8,500 gross vehicle weight rating, for which there are fuel efficient options available. And then primarily what we're talking about here are going to be your sedans and light duty trucks in other departments that are non-emergency vehicles that have those commercially ready efficient options available. And so in terms of how DOER defines fuel efficient, the policy would subject you to meet the requirements that DOER will update on occasion. So this lists out the details by different vehicle type, what that minimum miles per gallon rating is in accordance with the fuel efficient vehicle policy. So in terms of what this means in practice, once the town adopts the fuel efficient vehicle policy for existing vehicles, things will stay the same. The main thing that changes here is that these vehicles can no longer be transferred to other departments unless they are replacing something that is inefficient. So if the replacement vehicle that's coming over to the department is more efficient than the vehicle that's being retired, that transfer is okay. For new vehicle purchases or replacement of existing vehicles, for any exempt vehicle types, everything would continue as usual because they're exempt from the fuel efficient vehicle policy. For non-exempt vehicle types, so the ones that need to meet those standards, departments would need to select new or replacement models that either meet or exceed those miles per gallon thresholds that I highlighted on the previous slide. And then just quickly to give you kind of a synopsis of what we've collected so far in terms of data. So we have our initial cut of the vehicle inventory, and this includes both the Reading Municipal Light Department's vehicles and the town's vehicles. So we have a total of 153 vehicles here. Within that, only 25 would actually be subject to the policy in future years, according to DOER's sort of different categories. So those 25 are the non-exempt vehicles, and within that, 16 of those are actually RMLD vehicles, and those are already subject to a vehicle policy that RMLD has adopted previously that exceeds the minimum requirements for DOER. So we're talking about a pretty small portion of the town's fleet here that would need to comply to the policy once it's adopted. And even looking at those vehicles that would have to comply to the policy, a large majority of those vehicles, 16, already meet the fuel efficient standards that are issued by DOER. So this just gives you a little snapshot of what the inventory looks like. But again, this was in your packet. And I included some slides here. I won't necessarily go into these, but just to give you a little bit of background that, there are a lot of different alternative fuel and hybrid models, and they've expanded greatly over the past couple of years. And this gives you a little bit of a comparison here of a hybrid vehicle versus a gasoline vehicle, and their sort of MSRP pricing is very comparable right now, and you get that bump here you can see in miles per gallon that will have an impact on the fuel efficiency. And again, this is something that a lot of communities across the state have done. You'll be in good company with 280 other communities that have become designated and have complied with the fuel efficient vehicle policy. So wanted to have that context for you guys as well. So yeah, that pretty much covers it. I know I went through that really fast, so happy to answer any questions that you have about the policy. And Julie and I can also touch on anything in terms of the overall Green Communities designation process and what we're working on right now. Oh, I think you're muted, Karen, sorry.
Thank you. No, Julie is the expert at summary presentations, and I appreciate you giving us the highlights. So could I open it up to questions from the board? Carlo?
You're muted.
Sorry. Thank you, Megan. Thank you, Julie. Is it a coincidence that the 16 match up with the RMLD, or is that the RMLD? I'm just curious.
That is a coincidence. I noticed that when I was looking at it earlier. There is a mix of both town and RMLD vehicles within that. I don't have the exact breakdown, but you can see it in the full inventory that's in the packet too.
Okay, just curious. Thank you.
Chris?
Thank you, Karen. Do we know if the town qualifies for the 7,500 that normal people would get for rebates from the federal government for buying an electric vehicle? Are we allowed to get that per vehicle, or it doesn't apply?
It doesn't apply in this instance, since that's a tax rebate. So public agencies, public entities aren't able to claim that rebate, but there are other incentives. Either once you're designated through the Green Communities program, you could apply for funding through the grant program for that, or Mass Department of Environmental Protection has some funding through their electric vehicle incentive program that can support fleet electrification as well.
Because I know the main issue with getting an electric vehicle is the cost is always higher than a gas vehicle. And then obviously as time goes on, most recently with the latest Ford thing, it ends up becoming in line with it. So now it's starting to make more sense to actually do it after the rebate. So it's more incentivized. Like I wasn't going to spend $60,000 on an electric, and now all of a sudden Ford, after the rebate, you can get it for the same price as the F-150 base it kind of is now. So it starts to make more sense as those go along. So it's it's good to know that as time goes on, it's going to be more, available for us. So.
Definitely, yeah, and I'm sure you've seen a lot of the announcements from major manufacturers out there about committing to all electric vehicles by 2030, 2040. So that's definitely going to have a huge impact too on the market.
So in terms of grants and all that, are you saying that we'd be able to get vehicles for free or a discount, or what kind of grant are we talking that makes it more incentivized for us to keep going with it?
Yeah, I don't have the exact numbers. It is a partial grant. So through Mass DEP's EVIP funding, it's a similar range to the federal tax rebate, I believe. And then through DOER's Green Communities program, through their competitive grant program that will be open to Reading once designated on an annual basis, you can apply for a partial funding there as well. And I think that's something in the range of $2,500 to $5,000 per vehicle, depending on whether or not it's a hybrid or a battery electric.
Okay, thank you, Megan.
Yeah.
Mark? Oops. Yeah.
Thanks, Karen. Hi, Greg. Hi, Phil. Wondered if you guys would chime in a little bit in terms of, from RMLD's perspective, obviously the fleet changeover to vehicles is important, but also to think about charging infrastructure, any other incentives through RMLD that may become available. If you could update us on that, that would be great.
Bob and Phil, do you want me to?
Yeah, yeah. Let's go ahead. When there's only two of us, so it's not a meeting. So I'm worried about there was some formality there. So there is none. So there's not a quorum. So go right ahead.
See you, Robert. Didn't mean to leave you out. Sorry.
No, don't worry about it. I'm not. I don't have Phil's seniority. There's no way you know me. No way.
Be careful of that line,
So just from the RMLD perspective, there's a couple of things that we're doing on the charger side. There's an existing rebate already for individual chargers. It can be at commercial sites or it can be at homes. But obviously for the municipality fleet, we'd have to look at a program to focus specifically on that one. But we have some funds available for public chargers that we are in the process of trying to put locations together. And Julie and Karen, the rest of them know not only locations, we've identified several more publicly oriented, and then we've also got some grants submitted. So I don't, the charger piece, I don't think is going to be a critical issue in terms of making that happen. The thing that we're working on primarily right now is the funding and having access to those grants, because so there are 25 municipalities, MLPs, similar to RMLD, that are already part of the green communities from a funding perspective. And so what we're working on right now, there's two choices for Reading specifically. There's either a mechanism that is a link through having an IOU meter somewhere in our territory. And when I say territory, the Reading territory, we have, so there's a mechanism to work through Wilmington and North Reading, but that mechanism is not yet in place in Reading. So we're actually working with the legislature to see if we can get a small modifications to allow us to get access to those funds. So we'll know a little bit more in July. We've got language already drafted and that's moving forward. That's probably the bigger piece that would allow us to have access to some of the grants dollars that Megan mentioned. So that's the thing that we're primarily focused on. The charging network will be as supportive as we need to be. And then relative to our fleet, we've got a program in place right now in terms of when we retire the fleets, and we're in the habit of replacing them with higher efficiency. And you can see from some of the data that Megan probably already put together. So I think that the takeaway from the RMLD perspective is the focus right now is to find the fastest and least expensive mechanism to allow Reading as a municipality, including RMLD, to participate in those grant dollars. And we're working on that. And we'll have a little bit more details on that in the next, well, realistically, probably in early July.
Phil?
Yeah, I just want to add my own 2 cents. I mean, first I want to put my oar in the water and say, I live near the railroad station. I'd like to see a charging station by the railroad station in terms of getting. I'll put that's one of my things I want to see done. One of the other things, just to mention it, in the Biden budget is actually going to be a tax credit for charging stations. That's in the Biden budget. So I don't know what, we'll see whether that survives, but there is something to allow tax credits for charging stations.
Would be a beautiful thing. Megan, I was a little disappointed to I should not unmute, sorry. I was a little disappointed to see the standards for the DOER for fuel efficiency vehicles was fairly depressing, like 24 miles per gallon, 25. How often do those get updated? I mean, so it's in my mind, after seeing that, and this is, by the way, this was great. I know Bob and staff had done a lot of work to pull together the inventory earlier this year. Mark and I got a preview of it a few years ago. So we knew that, you know, some decisions would be coming up in the next few years. The timing of this is great. But so how often does that get revised to really, you know, make it a stretch, make it an effort?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I don't know precisely how often DOER updates it. I know that they revisit it regularly. I think they recently revisited the fuel efficient standards and updated maybe in the last 2 years. Those have been changed, and some of the changes that they made were around models that were previously like fully exempt. They added in some language saying like, once commercially viable options become available, the town must consider them. So they've added some considerations there to be a little bit more adaptable as the market's changing so rapidly in terms of what types of vehicles do offer hybrid and electric options. So I agree. I think the standards could be higher. We separately in our work with municipalities on sort of fleet electrification have kind of helped communities look more comprehensively across their fleets for opportunities to electrify more fully. And do you know some communities that have adopted more broadly just electrification commitments to fully electrify their fleets? So there's steps above and beyond, and green communities are really that sort of baseline to commit to efficient practices. And I think they're balancing something that's doable for all communities across the state, but also working towards fuel efficiency.
You guys have been a great resource. We had a public presentation last summer that was pretty well attended. It was wonderful. Julie, so I have a question. So you're going to ask us to vote on a fuel efficiency policy. Is that coming from MAPC and green communities, or is this something you've had to craft?
No, I think that we're largely basing our policy on the existing Department of Energy Resources fuel efficient vehicle policy. That's correct, right, Meg?
Yeah. So the copy that was in the packet of the fuel efficient vehicle policy, that's the base language that DOER recommends communities adopt and complies with all of their requirements for the program.
Because one of the interesting things I noticed in looking at our inventory, so currently police cruisers are exempt, but they are pretty much under the 8,500 pound weight limit. And, you know, I know some other communities on the West Coast are already experimenting with Teslas as police cruisers. So, you know, as things change, that I saw in our inventory could be a big opportunity, you know, once we don't have to be first per se, but once it's a proven technology, that could be, we have about 8 cruisers or something, that could be a big opportunity for us versus some of the DPW equipment, which is just probably too big.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of emerging opportunities on that end of things.
Okay, so this is a great update. So Chris, you got to see, I know you hadn't been through it with us last summer, you got to see the map showing all of the communities that have adopted it. And actually, Megan confirmed this, it's actually primarily municipal light plants that haven't joined because it was just a little trickier. But I think and Julie, you can correct me if I'm wrong. If we were to join Green Communities, Reading would immediately qualify for 160, up to $160,000 of grants for energy efficiency improvements, excluding solar. So Julie, was that the number we kind of remember from last summer?
I believe that's correct.
Yeah. So
That sounds right to me.
I mean, everything we're doing is making a big difference. Oh, so what I needed to tell you, in Bob's note, he mentioned this. So Mark and I did meet with our legislators, and Julie and I believe Bob were there. They have all filed legislation in the House and in the Senate to try to make it easier for Reading to join independently and for Reading to join in general. Without getting into details, they are both in committee, so I don't have any kind of timeline as to when those might be approved. I'm really great, Greg, to hear that you all are also putting the pressure out there. So we'll keep asking. So thank you. This was wonderful. Any other questions, Anne?
I really appreciate the presentation. I'm all set for questions.
Great, thank you.
Okay, anybody else? So thank you, Bob and Phil and Greg for joining us. I appreciate it. We definitely want to work with you, and I know you want to sell electricity, so.
And Phil wants a charger, so we got to get it done.
Yeah, Julie, you want to give us an update? Can you give us any kind of update when we might get a town public charger? No, too early?
Date should come from RMLD at this point. Greg?
Yeah, and so we've got some funds allocated for a charger in Reading. What we're trying to hear back. We already received some clarifying questions for the grant that we submitted with your support back in the March timeframe. That indicates that we're in the running. So we were expecting not to hear anything back until September, October, but we'll probably hear something back hopefully in June or July, and we'll report back. That grant will help us prioritize which of the several sites that we would recommend, and then we come back to you guys to say if we're going to do the first one or two out of the 6 that we've looked at, what would you guys want to, just to double check in terms of priority, and we'll go from there. So our sometime over the course of this year, we'd love to get something started. And then obviously, one of the things that we have learned, we had an EV workshop a month ago, sponsored by, that we put on as RMLD. At the end of the day, the feedback from that, we think, and some of the work that we're doing right now on our rate structure, we're looking at our rate structure. We think that the rates is probably going to be a stronger mechanism to literally help drive adoption of EVs within our territory, within the 4 towns. So we actually think that the EVs is going to accelerate faster than we had thought, last December or early January, which is a good thing. And this push toward electrification is actually probably accelerating a lot faster than most of us realize, which is a good thing. So we'll keep you posted.
I'm taking delivery in June, so October, I'd like to be charging down by the train station or wherever. I'll go wherever you want.
So Karen, I'm with you. I'm taking delivery on Friday.
Hey, so good. So anything we can do to help you? I know Julie's ready and raring, and she knows how excited we are about this. So
we just so you all know, we do have 4 heads or 2 stations, 4 heads in the RMLD parking lot, and they're available. I know we want more, but just to get started. So I say that with a smile.
Well, and we've also been saying that it's also a draw since it's on people's maps. Where can I go to charge? I can go to Reading. I can go to downtown Reading, and I'm going to be here for 40 minutes. Let me go buy some snacks at Pamplemousse, go get a coffee. So we need chargers. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay. All right. What do we have left? Okay.
Thanks, folks.
Karen, Chris has his hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry, Chris. Go ahead.
Thanks, Karen. Yeah, other than I'll have to abstain from the train station voting. Tom had his hand up as well.
Oh, sorry, Tom. Go ahead.
No problem, Karen. I just wanted to clarify real quick. I'm looking at the slide with the exempt vehicles on it. So Megan, this might be a question for you. We have like a half school bus, or we did at one point, that I don't know if it's over the 8,500 pound number or not, but are school buses generally in the exempt category as well?
Yeah, generally school buses would fall into that due to the weight class category. There are some, like if you had like a small like van specialty type vehicle that was in that lower weight class, it might fall within the non-exempt category, because there are some options for improving the fuel economy of the smaller vans. But in general, those traditional size school buses are going to be exempt from the policy.
Yeah, it's not a traditional size one. If I remember what used to be parked outside the administration building, it's one of the half ones. So that's why I wasn't sure if it met the 8,500 pound limit. So we'll find that out though before we take our vote. So thank you.
Yeah, definitely. If you have any questions too, while you're looking through the full inventory list, feel free to follow up with Julie and I too.
Thank you.
Oh, this was terrific. Appreciate it. Exciting. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
All right. Good night.
All right. Thank you all.
Okay. What do we have left? We have
Thanks, Meg.
we have water and sewer rates. That's pretty exciting. I'm ready.
So I think we actually open a hearing, correct?
Yes, we do have a hearing. Yep. Thank you. If you happen to have a hearing statement, that would be great.
I do. To the inhabitants of the town of Reading, please take notice that the Select Board of the town of Reading will hold a public hearing on June 1st, 2021, remotely on Zoom, to approve water, sewer, and stormwater rates for FY22 at 9 p.m. A copy of the proposed documents regarding these topics will be in the Select Board packet on the website at www.readingma.gov. All interested parties are invited to attend the hearing or may submit their comments in writing or by email prior to 4 p.m. on June 1st, 2021 to townmanager@ci.reading.ma.us. by order of Robert W. LaLasher, Town Manager.
Thank you. Our hearing is open.
If I may.
Please, Bob. Thank you.
I'll be quick, but I want to start by saying that, we've been through town meeting. Water and sewer budgets are not the same as water and sewer rates. And water and sewer rates are not the same as your water and sewer bill. So it's important to sort of go over some of those details. What affects water and sewer rates are the operational costs, which are clearly in the budget, capital and debt, which is clearly in the budget, and we have pretty good control over those things. Also, the MWRA assessment is in the budget, but we have much less control over that broadly. And then from time to time, and this year will be one of them, there's other factors that have a pretty big impact on rates. Collections a year ago with the pandemic, we were concerned that people wouldn't, pay their water and sewer bills, and they'd let them get leaned onto the tax bills. So, the board voted a change in policy, and I'll ask you to reverse most of that tonight. And then lastly, the use of reserves. So from a budget standpoint, and again, I'll be quick, water up 8.8%. These are all figures that we saw at town meeting. And certainly a highlight is the MWRA assessment, I believe is now final, and it's almost up a 19% increase. That is based on your prior year usage. So we saw an increase in usage of over 13% in this current fiscal year. You'll see shortly that I'm going to ask you to assume that some of that is going to stay with us, but some of that is just temporary. Somewhat similar in sewer, we had a much bigger jump in capital and in debt. We planned that, but the MWRA assessment process is quite different in sewer. We actually asked them to explain it even more, and I became even more confused. It's a 5-year rolling average, but it's not that simple. And I'll just leave it at that. They, they do measure outflow in sewer, but it's, it's a little difficult. MWRA couldn't explain it that well, other than it's not nearly as sensitive to an up year like this as water is. One of the most important factor in your rates is how much water are you selling. Let's suppose that every year we know how much the budget is and we have to cover it. How much water you sell is going to determine what rate you need to price it at in order to pay the budget, pay the cost. So Reading is one of the best communities for conservation per household, per capita. And even from very good levels for many years, the town continued to conserve even more and more with a small blip once. But in the last 4 years, we've seen an uptick. This last one, again, clearly is pandemic driven. But this one back here, we've studied a lot of numbers, and it really is economic development. It's really just growth of the number of customers. And we believe that through this period of time, there has been continued conservation, which would have put downward pressure on the growth. But, you know, in a couple of years, the economic development has held steady. So, you know, again, the amount of water you sell is a critical factor in how you price it. Other factors, several years ago, the board abandoned the early discount payment, thank goodness. And I won't go into that other than it's a great change. Last year, the board increased from 4% to 7% the guess we had at how many folks would let their water bills go to tax liens. It's been significantly less, but we think it's prudent to just lower it back to 5% for the next year and kind of see on how that goes. We think that'll be fine. These factors right here impact on rates, both the usage assumption and the collections assumption are going to save 6% more or less on the rates. So for water rates, again, we already went through town meeting. As I explained to town meeting, they voted a reserve number. The board is absolutely free to deviate from that number, but I'll just highlight what town meeting did. The water rates currently are $10.70 per 100 cubic feet. This current year, we used 800,000 in reserves. That's what you voted last year. Our current reserves as of last summer are $5 million. They will increase, I'm going to guess, by more than $1 million because, again, we sold more water this year than we expected to. So figure on about a $6 million, high $5 million level of reserves. If the board chose to use no reserves, you'd have an 18% increase in water. If you go along with the plug number that town meeting used, that's a 3.4% increase. Town meeting voted to use $1 million. And again, they can revote that as they need to. And then from that figure, I just went up and down 25% just to be simple. So you can absolutely engineer the water and sewer rates by how much reserves you use, given the assumptions I've shown you. And I should add, using $1 million out of 5 million or a little more than 5 million, you know, you may not want to do that in free cash, but in water and sewer, it's fine. Water and sewer always generate some surplus. I should say almost always. Sewer, it's somewhat of a similar picture. The current rate is identical to water at 1070. The board last year voted to use just over 500,000 reserves. The current reserves in sewer are a little bit higher than water, but they won't be regenerated quite as high, I don't believe. So they'll both be about 6 million. No reserves, a 15% increase. The town meeting number, 2.7% increase, and then up and down 25%. You know, you can see some other figures. So to sort of back up and summarize, here's the history of rates for water and sewer. You can see in this year here, the 7% decrease was because the 10% discount was discontinued. So it's a little bit artificial, but it is nonetheless the rate. The rates have really been very modest for 10 years after 2013, even allowing for the discontinuing of the discounts. You know, 5% and 6% have been the highest years. And you know, I'm very proud of the fact actually that we've done a huge amount of infrastructure work in water and sewer, and you hear about it every year in the budget discussion, so I don't need to go over it. Last year, the board was very interested in engineering a 0% change as a response to the pandemic, which was most appropriate. And this year, it's a very modest 3% increase based on what town meeting voted and based on what the assumptions I'm sharing with you. This figure goes back another 10 years, so it's 20 years worth of rates change. And you can see there were some high years when we joined the MWRA of almost a 20% increase in combined, again, water and sewer rates. this dip was again the change in the discount, the elimination of the discount. So in a long period of time, 2 to 3% is been the average. And again, that's a little bit low because it includes the discount. For stormwater, very dull and boring. The factors that affect the stormwater rate are different than water and sewer. You don't sell stormwater. It's just a budget cost and what rate needs to cover the cost. And the rate is $60 per household that can stay. A $90,000 use of reserves, what town meeting voted, can also stay. We do have a flyover in the budget scheduled for next year, so the results of the flyover may be 2 years out. And for those that haven't been through it, a flyover remeasures a lot of the town, a lot of the parcels, especially commercial. We're using estimates right now on how much commercial new growth has been in order to assess what the storm water rate has to be. When you do a flyover, sometimes those assessments can change. So, that's 2 years out. It's not something, to be discussed tonight, but I just wanted to make you aware that the stormwater rate may need to change just because we get better information in 2 years from now. Historically, there's been some discussion in the Stormwater Enterprise Fund about doing some very large river cleanup projects. Every year or two, they're pushed out a few years, so there may be 5 years in the future now. If the board ever wanted to do any of that work, it's multiple millions of dollars of work, and the stormwater rate would certainly increase significantly over $60. But again, that's a discussion that should get a year's worth of public discussion and planning. I'm happy to answer any questions. I'll go back to the water sewer chart. If the board wants to discuss using a different amount of reserves, I have a spreadsheet. We can do it live, not a problem. But I'm happy to again answer any questions or hear especially from new members that haven't been through this much on kind of what your questions or philosophy is.
Bob,
So that's all I have.
Thank you. Can I ask for a clarifying question?
Certainly.
If town meeting has already, and it's late, and I apologize, if town meeting has already voted on what they would like to spend in this area, why are we being asked to take action?
Because as the water sewer commissioners, you are the final authority, not town meeting on the rates. So you absolutely have the right to determine any rate that you want. So you do not have to agree with all the assumptions I put into this and into the budget. You can come up with something different, but assuming that we're going to keep all the assumptions, if you do vary from town meeting, then we'll have to go back next November and ask town meeting to revote the use of reserves, either to more or less. But, normally the board votes before town meeting, occasionally not. I just wanted to be clear that, this did not take away any rights that the board has just because the town meeting voted sooner.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Board members, Chris?
Thanks, Karen. I guess I'm under the impression that I need to be told like a 5-year-old in a 30-second spiel, I guess, from you, Bob, is what benefit did we get by joining the MWRA? Because it seems like the rates are just exorbitant compared to something else. So I know a lot of people, including myself, have no clue why we joined it, what the benefit is, etc. The second meter for sprinklers, all that stuff, and obviously there's a lot that goes to that. So what is the 30-second overall, why our rates are so high and there's no way that we're getting out of what we're currently in? Like a 5-year-old or a 2-year-old, you pick your age.
All right. It's really simple. There's probably 2 reasons. And, when the town was first debating joining the MWRA, I was not an advocate. I was very skeptical. I worked here as the finance director. I worked with them, ran a lot of budget numbers, didn't see a clear advantage. And I'll push aside all the finance for a minute and say that the money is not the big factor. The big factor is responsibility and control. We are now part of a very large system with a lot of experts. If something goes wrong, they have the resources to fix it that we wouldn't have. So, you know, now as the town manager, I can sleep much better at night than if we had a water treatment plant, just from that perspective. If you've read the headlines, especially this spring with, you know, kind of results of the different change in water use patterns in communities, there's something called PFEs that are being stirred up in communities that produce their own water. And that is a serious public health concern. So again, by you know, joining a larger group that can address those issues and doesn't have those issues, you know, we're in significantly better shape from a non-financial standpoint. From a financial standpoint, I remember estimating anywhere from 6 to 10% annual cost increases for the MWRA. And that seemed reasonable at the time, and probably 6 was too low. And a water treatment plant, we would have had to build a new one. We would have had to finance that over 20 years. And there, at the time, there really wasn't a compelling financial reason, given the assumptions of 6 to 10%, that Reading could have been cheaper on its own. Not for the first 20, 25 years, maybe after that. In point of fact, the MWRA actual rates have come in half what we thought back then. So to the extent it was kind of a push 20 years ago, it's been significantly cheaper to join the MWRA than it would have been to build a new water treatment plant and to pay off that debt, never mind all the headaches. And we actually had a lot more staff at the time. So, you know, the reason our rates are high, it's kind of not related to the MWRA so much, but there is debt we had to take on to join, and that will be repaid in the next several years. And when that does drop off, it's about 20% of our budget right now. So in theory, you know, you might see a 20% rate decrease when that thing is paid off. It would have been a water treatment plant, though, if it hadn't been buying, you know, into the MWRA, and it would have been longer. The real reason that the rates are high is twofold. One is conservation. And again, I didn't really go into this, but the less water you use, the higher the rates have to be to cover a fixed cost of running a water system. Now, running a water system is not completely fixed cost, because some of it is buying water, but there are a lot of portions that are fixed. So this harkens back to the, you know, the rates are high, but your bill is not. You know, if you compare to a community with 20% lower rates, you know, the average household might be using 50% more water, so their bills are higher. So it's not always, you know, adequate to compare rates, if you will. You really want to compare bills. And then the other part is we do take care of our infrastructure. That doesn't mean we're not going to have problems, but the odds are we're not going to have problems that other communities have had with, you know, water main breaks and so forth. So, you know, maybe that was a little longer answer, but I thought you kind of deserved a bunch of those points.
Yeah, thank you. It's more of, you know, it's maybe we can clip it and save it for everybody else in the future of why we're in the position that we're in, and knowing 5 years or something you said from now that rates might substantially decrease. So it's good to know, because I didn't know myself why it was so high compared to other you know, other towns in the area.
Yeah, the secret part is the usage.
Yep.
Reading uses less water, so the rates are higher. You have to really think about that.
So I guess my other question on this would be, I understand that the board last year didn't increase the rate because of COVID, and I understand that, but it also seems as if we're in sort of a quasi scenario now as well, where everybody's just getting back to work or going, you know, outside and starting to do things again. And it just seems like dumping another increase at this time doesn't seem feasible, or especially with, you know, elderly on fixed incomes and other families that have that kind of issue. So it's hard to, I guess I'd have to see the number, how you said that you have an Excel sheet or whatever to see what the difference is, because if we're talking the difference between 0% and 3% is like $3 million or something. I mean, you can't obviously do that.
So if you pull up the packet, he also had various scenarios in there as well. Or maybe he could put it back on the screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go find that document. Thanks.
So, yeah, I was looking to vote, I'm just kidding, but I was thinking we should vote for the, let's spend 2.25 million on water and sewer and get the lowest rate, but, you know, it's not insignificant that town meeting has voted.
So this gives you a flavor for this, Chris. Here's the town meeting number in water. If you want to drive the rate a little bit lower, use another 250,000. It cuts the increase in half. I'm going to guess you use $1.5 million. That probably drives it pretty close to zero.
So it's just a difference of
$500,000 for water.
if it was at zero?
Yeah.
Oh,
and-
because this doesn't include sewer.
Right, and then we'll get the sewer and it'll probably be somewhat similar. So, you know, maybe, yeah, that's even, you don't even have to quite do it that much, but maybe for another 600,000-800,000, you can drive this to zero. But bear in mind, just like when we use free cash in the general fund, the more you rely on reserves, the harder you make the future. So, you know, you drive the rates a little lower this year by using more reserves. And let's even pretend next year using reserves isn't a problem, but you have to use the same amount of increased reserves just to keep it at wherever it would be.
Mhm.
So it's always a balancing act.
So I guess that's where it falls into the, if we really are done in 5 years, it's kind of planning for that. If it's 7 or 10 or longer than that, it's, you know, it doesn't make much more sense now. But if we can be leading up to that number, it seems a lot easier.
Yeah, and the other part we've just learned about is, and are continuing to learn more is, you know, the various federal grants, some of them are sort of designed for water sewer infrastructure work. So, you know, we'll kind of learn. I don't know that that's a current fiscal year or next year's fiscal year rate relief, but it could be right around the corner. You know, maybe we'll know more for November town meeting. We'll certainly know more for the next year's budget. So, you know, you may be able to supplement your water reserves with other money to help rates or do more work if that's the choice. And you are going to hear, and I should mention it now, there's a lot of water work that should be done that we're just unearthing. We just got some studies back on lead remediation. We've talked about it in the past. We didn't, you know, we have a budget figure in there of, I think it's $1.5 million. As a future project, we're going to need at least 2 million to do that work. So the amount of costs that go along with an enterprise fund are just getting to be staggering. You know, the cost to put in a sewer station has quadrupled over the last 7 or 8 years. And, you know, we can't out-clever that. I've actually asked DPW last week to start thinking about, can we hire more employees to do more of this work ourselves and do it more cheaply and at least as good? And the answer is probably yes. And in a general fund, we can't really get away with that as easily because we're splitting money with the schools. But in a water fund, money's money. So if you can do capital for less costs by having more employees and for a long enough time that you can justify the employees, you know, that's another option. So we're always trying to sort of keep rates at or below 5%, certainly. But not let the system, you know, fall into disrepair and keeping the customer safe. That's really what, you know, what water is. It's, you know, safe water.
So your two, sorry, your two highlighted numbers, the 1,800,000. So that would equal 1.8 million. So minus it off the 5.8 ends up taking you to the 4. Is that where you're with the figure above it?
The combined water sewer reserves, or let's say, are about 12 million. And I'm suggesting, or town meeting has voted to use just under 2 million of that. And that gets you a 3% increase.
Mm-hmm.
You know, instead of using $1.8 million, if you want to use, I don't know, 2.5 million, you're going to drive that closer to zero. 2.5 out of 12. So it's not a hard thing to do for 1 year.
Yeah, I guess, I don't know if I want to say, what do you advise? Because it's already the 3% there, but adding a $700,000 difference off, you know, millions like that doesn't seem that much, but are you saying in subsequent years, we're gonna have to increase it by 6% next year? Possibly?
Yeah, that's exactly the problem is instead of doing a 3 and a 3, you might do a 0 and a 6. So my preference has always been to try to present you options that are smoother.
Yeah. All right, I'll let other people.
Mark?
Thanks, Karen. Thanks, Chris. So I guess my philosophy on this has been to always think about making sure we have the most modest increase we can, but being cognizant that we do need to keep a pretty good amount of reserves. And the general idea of having the regeneration kind of be equal to about what we use out of reserves has seemed to be a reasonable approach to that. The wild card, as Bob said, would be if suddenly some of these federal funds come through that would allow us to spend a lot of money on infrastructure, then that might change the game. But that's not clear yet in terms of how it's going to work or you know what could happen. So I have trouble kind of taking the reserves down a bunch, knowing that there's going to be more and more work to do. So this 3% seems to fit that model pretty well. It's modest. We were able to do 0 last year, and that's great. Maybe one of the things that would help here too is, can we kind of figure out what the average water and sewer bill looks like in dollars? You know, to the typical household, what does it look like? How many? I don't want to use my numbers necessarily, but you know, how much does a typical household spend on water and sewer in a year? And then we can kind of say, well, 3% of that is, you know, X dollars. Now, let's say it was $800 for the sake of argument. You know, 3%.
My last recollection of an average across the community was somewhere around $1,500 combined for a year, ballpark. So you're talking about 3% of 1,500.
Yeah, $45. Yeah, I mean, I find myself pretty comfortable with this 3% number. It ends up taking a little bit out of sewer reserves, it sounds like, a little bit more than what we are going to likely regenerate, and about even on water. You know, plus or minus, that sounds about right. You know, trying to move it, your examples of moving it 25% further, you know, doesn't get you to a 0, and it ends up, you know, pulling in, you know, several $100,000 more. I find myself pretty comfortable at 3% here.
Yeah, another thing just to use, because again, this is all art and it's not much science. Offhand, we just target 50% of the annual operating cost to be kept in reserves in cases of an emergency of some sort, infrastructure probably. So for water, that means, you know, you have $5.5 million, you want to keep 4. That means you have $1.5 million, if you will, to use for rate offsets. And then, you know, a year forward, you're going to have some other amount based on regeneration. But if you use, you know, $1.4 million this year, and there's $1.5 million, then you're going to have 100,000 plus regeneration next year. It's not going to be as much. And similar for sewer. The sewers are usually in better financial shape. It's still a slightly smaller budget. So that's just another way we look at it. And the half is pretty conservative. Most communities do not have 50% of their operating budgets available in reserves to begin with. But again, we've been conservative. You know, the alternative to not having enough in reserves if something bad happens is you have to do a mid-year rate increase, and no one wants to see that. That happened once in Reading, and I'm told that was that was the last time it should happen.
Bob, is there, or Mark, I forget which one of you, I thought somebody brought up the possibility of potentially, I don't remember what our joining fee was for MWA, it was a large number. Is there a possibility to go back to our legislators and ask them for some relief for that?
We've tried. A few years ago, North Reading was going to join and actually voted to join the MWRA, and they would have to what's called wheel their water through Reading, so we could charge them a small handling fee. And one of the deals the MWRA was kicking around was letting them into their system at a greatly reduced cost compared to what Reading paid. So I know the executive director of the MWA pretty well, and he and I went to some of the North Reading meetings together, and I made it pretty clear that if North Reading was going to get a good deal, so was Reading. So, you know, we did have some leverage at that point. We don't have that leverage anymore. A few years before then, Senator Catherine Clark had introduced a bill to make it easier to join the MWA, but very similar, by, you know, supplementing the joining fee. And I asked that if they were going to, you know, attract new communities, that they give some consideration to the older communities that already paid. Our ratepayers have already paid this. Why should the next town get a free deal? And, you know, it received mixed reviews. So, you know, we do ask. The chances, I'd say, are pretty slim, but, you know, maybe they have federal money too they need to use. I don't know.
Good. Any other questions, folks? Carlo?
Thanks. Last year was a unique year. I get what Chris said, but, you know, we do need an increase. I would like to see 2%. I'm throwing that in there as opposed to 3%. And just for the sake that, you know, we get a lot of complaints as board members, have a lot of bills. And I know what Bob said, you know, the rates compared to the bills from town to town, but I think we're still not out of COVID yet. It's getting better, but I would like, so my 2 cents is 2% overall increase.
Mark?
Bob, I think this is what you're running, but can you tell us what the situation would be if we looked at 2%? How many dollars we're pulling out of reserves? That's what you're getting right now, right?
Yeah, if you did, well, let me just make this, no, it's good enough. If you took another 250,000 out of water and another 200,000 out of sewer, you see 1.8 and 1.9. So, you know, theoretically, you could take a little less than that if you really want to make it more precise. So that's what a 2%, you know, take another 450,000 out of reserves. Instead of $1.8 million, you're using, say, 2.25. So it's, you know, it's meaningful, but it's certainly not disastrous by any means. It's certainly reasonable.
So if we did this and we voted to approve this, the rates would go into effect immediately, and we would need to bring this to town meeting in the fall and just ask them to approve it?
The rates don't go into effect until technically November, but based on the prior 3 months use. So this summer. So the new rates do start working, say, in July, August, depending on your billing cycle. And certainly there'd be no problem that town meeting had voted lower reserves, and they have plenty of time to up that in November. They could probably do it in April also, but it's better to ask them in November. So, you know, that wouldn't be a major concern.
I would be fine with this small adjustment. Mark?
I would be fine with it also.
Meaning the 2%, Karen and Mark?
Yes.
Changes that Bob's working on now.
Yeah, so it would be, this would be the rate. And this would be the reserves.
And what's the difference? What's the difference in reserves?
Going to be about what's on the chart for the 1.8.
Yeah, it's another 250,000 in water, so it's $1.3 million. I'm sorry, $1.25 million. And I'm just checking this. Just another 50,000 in sewer. It's not as bad.
Cap, we're at about 6 million, or expected to be at about 6 million in reserves in both.
Yeah, they're each expected to be about 6. So you're talking about, you know, using 300,000 more. It's not a big percent of 12 million.
Yeah, we've always had a healthy reserve, and we're fortunate for that.
Yeah, and you're going to have a healthy reserve next year, no matter what you do. So again, I tend to be more conservative and you're supposed to be less conservative. You can be more realistic. So I really can't see that there's a problem here. You know, you can set the same rates as they are this year at 1090.
Oh, is that what we're doing? this
Not
time?
not the same rates as this year, but they can be identical in water and sewer. And that'll be less than a 2% increase, slightly less.
Okay.
They're each 1070 now. If you go up 20 cents to 1090, you know, that gets you under the 2% increase you're interested in, and it seems quite reasonable.
Okay. Do we entertain a motion then?
So first things first, I think we need to close the hearing. Are there any public comments?
Okay, motion to close the hearing.
Move that the board close the hearing on setting water, sewer, and storm rates for fiscal year 2022, fiscal year 22. Yes.
Second. Okay. Some more. So can you do?
We need to vote on closing the hearing.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, sorry, it's after 10:30. Okay, as I see board members to vote on closing the hearing. Mark,
Yes.
Chris,
Yes.
Carlo,
Yes.
Anne,
Yes.
and Karen. Yes, thank you. Okay.
All right, move to set the fiscal year 2022 water rate at $10.99 per 100 cubic feet.
1090, Mark?
1090, sorry, 10.90. And actually, so there's a second part to this motion that talks about the minimum quarterly bill. Where is it right now? Is it 20?
So it would be 2180.
2180.
It's 2140 now. It's double.
Okay, so let me reread the whole motion. Move to set the fiscal year 2022 water rate at $10.90 per 100 cubic feet with a minimum quarterly bill of $21.80, effective with the December 2021 billing.
Right.
Second.
Chris, as I see you. Mark,
Yes.
Carlo,
Yes.
Anne,
Yes.
Chris,
Yes.
and Karen, yes.
Great. And on sewer rates, Bob, the minimum bill? Is it
Identical.
Okay, great. Move to set the FY 2022 sewer rate at $10.90 per 100 cubic feet with a minimum quarterly bill of $21.80, effective with the December 2021 billing.
Second.
Mark,
Yes.
Carlo,
Yes.
Anne,
Yes.
Chris,
Yes.
and Karen, yes.
And stormwater is proposed as 60, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Move to set the fiscal year 2022 stormwater rate at $60 per unit, parens 3210 square feet, close paren, per year to be billed quarterly, effective with the December 2021 billing.
Second.
Great. Okay, time for a vote. Mark,
Yes.
and my screen changed. Sorry, Chris,
Yes.
Carlo,
Yes.
and Anne,
Yes.
and Karen, yes. Let's see. So the next two items were to just briefly discuss a couple of issues that were raised by residents earlier, and we told them we would consider changes to our water sewer policies. And Bob included in the packet, these issues do come up from time to time, and he provided previous select board meetings and decisions going back a number of years regarding sprinkler meters. And the other gentleman had asked for an abatement for a new lawn. And so what is the board's appetite for? So actually, let me step back. Bob, from the information that you provided in the packet, I thought I saw in one place that we currently do provide abatements of some sort. Do we provide any abatements for any reasons at this point? Any water or sewer abatements?
We do, and I don't remember how many years ago, maybe 7 or 8, we did a survey, and Reading was one of the few towns that did provide abatements. You know, for instance, if you've had an unusually high water bill and you don't know why, usually you know why, but if you don't know why, we'll come out and help you figure it out. Usually something as simple as leaky toilet drives up water bills substantially. So there's a one-time abatement available, you know, for folks who, for instance, found a leak. And the abatement is on the sewer portion if you prove that you fixed the water problem. And again, this is a policy that goes back 25 years or so. It's available once to the person that lives in that house. Whether that's a good policy or bad policy, I won't say, but that's what the policy is. So there are some possibilities of abatements. The one that was brought up was there's a really old policy still on the books about abating swimming pool fillings. I believe that's per address, not per house, not per person. So you would have to have a new swimming pool built and installed in order to qualify for the once-in-a-life exemption for that pool. So that's why we just don't see it very often. I'm sure many years ago, whenever a board put that policy in, there was a rush to you know, get abatements again on the sewer portion of your bill for filling the pool with water. And then the argument the gentleman made was, well, if it's available for a swimming pool owner filling his pool, it should be available to someone putting in a new lawn. And, you know, I guess that would be a little more similar if it was available once per property for putting in a new lawn, if you will. So the challenge here, first of all, is to have good policies and try not to make exceptions. All policies can always be reviewed. But secondly, to understand that if you change the policy on 2 meters to charge less in sewer, or you make any kind of abatement on sewer for any other reason, you're not saving sewer costs. You're just reallocating those costs to the rest of the ratepayers. You know, we have a fixed cost of what sewer is going to charge, cost from the budget. You know, if you're going to abate $200,000 out of a $6 million or $8 million budget, that has to be made up in increasing the rates slightly for everyone else. So it's not like you're encouraging a behavior that doesn't generate a cost, so you want to reward that. I guess the only other thing I should add that did come up in past board discussions, and you know, most board members thought it was important, maybe not every board member, was the more you encourage water usage, I'm charging you less to fill a swimming pool, I'm charging you less to put in a new lawn. You're discouraging conservation, which goes against a consent decree the town is in with the Mass DEP. Now, again, it's not huge numbers, but it's just the philosophy is kind of going in the different direction than what Mass DEP has asked the town to do. You know, even though our numbers of our usage per capita is very low, we still have the same obligation as a town that's very high to continue to save, you know, and continue to use less water. So that's kind of the discussion from several years in a nutshell. And you saw from the packet, many years ago, there was a second water meter policy. And a past board and a past town meeting changed that 20 odd years ago. And there's still some people that have those second water meters that lost what they thought they invested money to save. And so they're rightly upset. I totally understand that. And that's generally the people you continue to hear from every 3-4 years or 2 years is, you know, I spent so much money on putting in a second water meter, and then I lost the benefit of, you know, not paying the sewer portion. And what some towns have done to allow second water meters, which I really don't understand, is charge them a higher rate. I don't understand the logic of that, so I can't really explain it.
Particularly because those, you would you might charge them a higher rate, but that only goes into the water fund, not the sewer fund. So you're still redistributing
Right.
sewer costs among fewer people.
Yeah, and something that if the board wants to consider, this would take some work, and we come back to you in a couple of months at least, is if you want to consider tiered rates. That's something that a previous board really just discussed once. And they just discarded it as not really encouraging any particular behavior. But, if you wanted to tier rates, as many communities do, you would be effectively, if you will, penalizing those that use more water. And, in Winchester, the hospital certainly objected to the tier rates that they were under, but they did some stuff with the property tax to make it work out. In Reading, the car wash is one of the biggest users of water. So you have to think about, the different impacts, I guess, on the different users.
Carlo?
Thanks. Bob, do you have any idea on an approximate number of residents that have those second water meters?
Carlo, I did once know, I don't know if it's in the packet, but I'm thinking maybe 100, maybe less. And presumably there are property owners that have them that don't know if the property's changed hands.
Yeah, I was going to propose something, but it's part of a good point. So I'm not going to say what I was going to say, but I thought, yeah, that's a small number. I mean, I'm not discounting those 100 people, or even if it's 200, but if it was in the thousands, then I think we should take some action. But
it's definitely not a big number, with all due respect to, the 100 or 200 people that it is.
yeah, no, I was, again, thank you. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Chris?
Thanks, Karen. So are we voting on giving that one person an exemption right now, or are we setting bad precedent by doing so? Because to me, it seems as if one person coming before the board spends all this time, like a lot of people don't, get involved with doing all this stuff. And one person decided to spend the time with us, and it's going to be negligible in the grand scheme of things for our overall numbers. So, I mean, if it's a once in a lifetime thing per address or whatever, I mean, I don't see the issue with it. You want to use it right now on something like this? Be my guest.
Are you referring to James Gallagher, Chris?
Yes.
Okay.
Karen?
Sorry, Mark.
No worries. I think that tonight was really an opportunity to kind of look at our policies and see if they make sense, and see if they don't, kind of where and would we kind of nudge things around to make a change. I don't think that we should address kind of, one person, especially if we believe, as I do, that I think the policy is pretty sound, that, we shouldn't be really offering, abatements. At some point, if somebody wants to discuss the pool thing, yes or no, interesting, it's a lot of water that goes into a pool in one shot. You're talking probably 20 to 40,000 gallons. It's quite a bit. But, put that to the side for a minute. I really don't think that we want to be doing these on a one-off basis, especially if it's just for kind of a, a regular request. I think that we've done a great job on conservation. I think we should continue to support that and make it clear with our policies that that's what we're supporting. So I kind of think things look about right as they are, and I would, my thought would be, let's kind of leave it as they are, not offer any additional abatements. If there's some amazing, incredible reason, I guess that needs to come up. But I think for deciding to do new lawns and things like that, I don't think that's a reason to change the policy. That's my 2 cents.
Carlo?
Thanks. Mark, I don't disagree, but I think just for, I guess, to put it to bed, we need to address James Gallagher one way or the other.
So no, that's right. We're talking about policies tonight.
Yeah, no, I know that, and I agree with Mark. So I'm just saying that, you know, James Gallagher has been out there hanging around for a while for a response from us. That's all. And not tonight, but
Well, he was invited to know that we were taking this up. So he'll know that we're discussing the policies and discussing whether to change them at this time. And the good news is for everyone who's still sticking around, they'll also know that we did all suggest that we all deserve a little bit lower water and sewer rates this year. Help mitigate that. I am kind of in the same camp as Mark. Thank you. Bob?
Just from watching many years of boards, deal with some of these issues, you're going to be far better off if you address policies and change policies than encourage people to come in and see you every week asking for abatements. And certainly I have asked DPW their opinions. They don't think the pool abatement is very useful. So, if you ever want to present them or have them in and visit with you, they're happy to chat with you sort of operationally right on the ground, what's going on. Whereas I had a toilet leak, I had a pipe leak outside my house. That's very helpful because that's not any behavior that anyone did on purpose.
Good to know. Anne?
Just agreeing with Bob that in terms of if we're looking for a change for an individual, we would have to be looking to a policy change first.
Okay. So I think I heard that at this time we are not interested in making major changes to our water and sewer abatement policies. Is that what I heard? Okay. Well, thanks. Thank you, Bob and Caitlin, for putting all that background material together. That's helpful. Okay. We get to approve meeting minutes. I believe we have 2 sets of meeting minutes to approve, correct? Okay. Just open my second copy.
Karen?
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
So-
Mark, go ahead.
No worries. So just a quick comment on the 518 notes. To me, looked great. There is one misspelling of my last name. I think the first bolded part on page 2 that my spell check caught.
Whoopsie.
No worries. That was my only comment.
I didn't receive any other, well, I received edits from Karen, but other than that, I did not receive any else.
I did send a question about liaison assignments. Were those discussed at all? I know they were in the packet, but was there any conversation or vote?
No.
Okay.
I think we are going to, they have been moved to the 29th. Bob and I talked about that, and I don't think that causes trouble for any. Is that correct? So
I think we were all in agreement, right? Pretty much.
Oh, yeah. Okay, sorry. Yes, we didn't. Yep, that's true. I asked for comment. We didn't get any comments. And that was the meeting you didn't. So I hope that was okay. So
That's fine. I think the minutes should probably reflect the liaison assignments as printed in the packet were agreed to by the board.
I was actually thinking the VASC appointments. Okay.
Oh, no, liaison assignments.
Yes, liaison.
Okay.
Asked if people had concerns or comments. There was none. So
okay.
That's a good point. Thank you.
Karen?
Yep, Carla.
Thank you. Can I just make, sorry, Caitlin, was airport mode today and other stuff today. So on, I think it's the second or third page of 518, 1820 Woburn Street conversation. It's, I remember this conversation, we were all discussing it on the Woburn Street project. And it just says in the third paragraph, some members had other concerns, like for delivery trucks in tight spaces. That wasn't me, so I don't want to be included in some members. So if we can just.
I was told to keep people out of, I was told to keep it general. I don't, so you want me to
Yeah,
start
but-
naming names again?
Well, Mark and I were in disagreement on that one, so I think that one's okay.
I'm fine with that.
Okay, so you want me to name the people that said that?
I
and
think
the
we
one-
agree when there was opposing views, that's okay. If we're all in general agreement,
I have no idea anymore.
No,
Sure.
You can try to make it global, but why don't we just try to incorporate an edit for this particular item? Can we just why don't we just put in that Carlo did not have objections or concerns about deliveries?
yeah, it's just that first sentence.
Thank you.
All right, we ready for a motion?
I think so.
We're doing the minutes before these packet minutes first, right? We didn't approve the minutes that were edited above these.
Right, so the 5-4.
Yeah, 2 sets of minutes. Yep.
Yep. So maybe do a motion on each of them separately. So move to approve the minutes of 5/4/2021 as amended.
Second.
Okay. As I see,
Yes.
Mark,
Yes.
Carlo,
Yes.
Anne,
Yes.
Aaron.
Okay. And
Before you do 518, I gotta put Karen's edits up on the screen.
okay.
This week is a little short because of the holiday week, but if we have edits, if we can try to get them to Caitlin by Monday at noon, then she can incorporate all of them and get them back out to us in the packet.
Okay with everything we can see so far. Yep. Thanks, Mark. I'm okay with everything here.
Yep.
Okay. Fine with these as well.
That was it. Yep, that's the end.
Ready for a
Your
motion?
document was helpful. I could figure out how to do a cross out and red text. So thank you for putting in that format.
Yes, you're welcome. It'll go in the regular format before I send it off to the clerk.
Right.
Motion to accept the minutes of the 5/18/2021 select board meeting as amended.
Second.
Thank you. Okay, Chris,
Yes.
Mark,
Yes.
Carlo,
Yes.
Anne,
Yes.
and Karen, yes. Thank you. Thank you very much. That was a very long night. Appreciate all the hard work. Okay. Get a good night's sleep, all.
We gotta do future agenda.
Oh, yes, okay, yeah. I'm halfway into the, halfway out of here. Okay, future agenda topics.
Sorry if I missed it, guys, in the first few minutes. Was there, we wanted water and sewer, sorry, not water and sewer. The water tower updates once a month. Do we get one before I join the meeting? Should we do one in June?
Yes, that's great.
So that,
It depends if you want that as an agenda item or as a written update.
Oh, yeah, I think we agreed, guys, on a written update from Bob, right, in the packet?
Okay.
that works.
Yeah, there's a process reason why a significant update should wait till July based on what's actually going on.
Yeah.
Someone should visit you, but I can easily, write a few sentences or as much as it takes to explain what the current situation is anytime.
Yeah. Okay.
Great.
So, and I do believe VASC appointments will be on the 29th.
Okay.
Yeah, we need to do some meeting.
So, and I say that as 29th was looking a little busy, but anyway, it doesn't matter. Future agenda items we can still collect.
Well, we have to work on that. Yeah, we have to get that done.
So I would like to maybe in the July timeframe suggest some changes for our select board packet. We are out of step with other communities. They are limiting their packets. The packet was very long again. They're limiting their packets to agenda items. They're not including every bit of email that comes in. So I could, if the board would like me to, I could make some suggestions of how we could maybe streamline the packet.
Great.
Okay, Bob?
Just, the suggestions are fine, but you do have a policy you'd need to change.
Right, so the agenda item would need to be revisiting the communications policy.
I don't want to call it that. I want to call it the select board packet policy. But yeah, so we would basically suggestions for updating for a policy update. Yep. Okay. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, Chris.
That's okay, thanks. So is it possible to add that to the June 9th meeting? Because my amendment was going to be referencing specifically about updating our policy regarding that as well.
So I would just like to take a little more time because policy decisions, Anne did spend a lot of time on the communications policy, and this is something we have to live with. We don't change these very often. So I think it's worth giving ourselves a little more time, but I welcome your input.
Right now or like in general?
No, not right now.
Yeah.
Bob, did you want to say something? Or are you just stretching? Okay, Bob.
For June 9th, it looks like town council is going to be present for everything, so it's not a consideration for her. But do you want the open meeting law complaint at the end or at the beginning of the Middlesex Ave discussion?
We're going to have other people present for the meeting, correct?
Presumably, absolutely, yes.
In my opinion, do that first.
Do which first, Carla?
Sorry, Middlesex.
Okay.
So that they can.
Agreed.
That's more predictable or less, yeah, okay.
Because we'll have a lot of outsiders there.
And if the board wants to save a little June 29th time, I do have some collective bargaining agreements that won't take more than 2 minutes. We can add an executive session on the 9th if you want. I can chat with you, Karen, but just to say it.
Okay, I'm up for that if you guys are. I am concerned that June 29th is going to be a very long meeting.
And again, sorry if I missed it. Was there a brief discussion on meeting in person? at the early 7 o'clock hour? Because I would like to propose, like I did last time, that we start meeting in person.
Yeah, let me just give the board an update, just to be clear, and it's as clear as mud. Right now, from June 15th onward, the board must meet as a quorum in person. So that means 3 of you would have to be in the room. 2 of you could be remote, either by telephone or Zoom. No other meeting participant could be remote though. So Caitlin, myself, any town staff, any public, any presenters need to be in person. So that's the rules as of this minute.
For June,
For
after June 15th.
And going forward. There is legislation filed to extend that June 15th date to, I'm not sure when, sometime in September. I think it's early September. So that's the background, and then the board can meet in person whenever it wants. Additionally, in time for June 29th, I'm very comfortable that the board will be able to meet at Town Hall in your usual room and have a hybrid meeting if you want to. Both use Zoom and have members of you and the public and us in person. June 15th was going to be a little tight to promise you the hybrid, but absolutely, by the end of the month, that'll be there. And it'll be in the meeting room next door that FinCom usually uses, if that's a consideration and you want to offer hybrid. If it's allowed. Right now,
If it's allowed, yeah.
I mean, I've been out of the state for 5 days. Is the state of emergency still June 15th being lifted?
Yes.
So one doesn't have to do with the other.
Well, it does. The governor has filed some legislation and there's, I guess, 2 other bills to make exceptions on what happens on the 15th. So that your rules about meeting would not change on the 15th. And the ability of Eilish and others to have outdoor dining would not change 60 days after the 15th. Those are the only 2 exceptions I know that have been filed so far with a decision of the next 2 weeks. I mean, I guess they're taking comment on the 6th. Obviously, they need to decide before the 15th. So the state of emergency is lifted on the 15th, but there's 2 probable or possible exceptions.
Right. No, but we started a discussion several weeks ago about meeting in person again with COVID getting better and most of us or all of us being vaccinated, if that matters. So I want to, not now, but I want to proceed with that conversation because I don't want to, if whatever the way 15th goes to the 16th, whatever decision the governor does, whatever legislation is passed, we can still do whatever we want. And I want to start meeting in person again, just to accommodate the public better and just a more sense of normalcy, I guess, from my opinion. So I want to have that discussion regardless of the 15th and just hash it out, I guess, or all agree or not agree, whatever the case is.
Yeah, we just be clear, we can't do whatever we want, but we'll have.
No, I mean,
we'll get some better. We're going to get hopefully some better direction soon about what we can do and what we can't do.
No, I mean, yeah, not whatever we want, but I mean, meet in person, right?
Yeah, and you could have the discussion tonight or on the 9th, but honestly, you're going to have much better information after the 15th. So, I'll work with Karen and try to get that on the 29th.
Because you start thinking about what that means and being in a room with 50 other people at this point still seems really scary. Seems really, really scary. So then the question is, well, can meetings be capacity constrained? Are we selling tickets? So, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it can be town hall, honestly. I don't think it can be town hall.
And I was going to say, you do have those other meeting spaces available. I can't speak as certain about the hybrid model in those rooms. I think in the school, you can have that. I'm just not sure about the library, but I'll have an answer for you.
Thank you. Chris?
Thanks, Karen. So by the school committee going back on June 10th, is there a reason why they can go back and we can't? It's because our room is not ready yet? Is that ultimately what it is? Or can we just say we'll go back on June 29th regardless? Like, I don't see why the school committee can go back when 500 people could show up there, but the same can't happen for us. Like why, I would think more people would go to a school thing because more parents are involved with that as opposed to here. In relation to the amount of public comments that we've received and whatnot, it's been like negligible for people wanting to comment. So I maybe I'm misunderstanding things, but it seems like if the school can go back on the 10th, why can't we go back on the 29th? It's a month from now for the most part.
Yeah, there's a couple of factors there. I know your question was somewhat rhetorical, but as of May 29th, you know, as of now, you could meet in person. That's what the current rules are. You could meet in person generically. However, in Reading, that's not as clear because the Board of Health is going to meet this Thursday and consider, I guess I'll say, rescinding all prior votes. So to be cautious, it's been a good idea for boards not to meet in person until after this Thursday when the Board of Health takes action. So, you know, after this Thursday, you could meet in person, presuming the Board of Health takes their actions.
And do we have to vote to go back in person? Is that the deal? Or
I've asked town council and technically it's the chair's decision on time and place of meeting and setting an agenda, but you can obviously do whatever you want as a group.
I mean, do we think that we can take a vote on 3 people that would go back if 3 are already willing, or, you know what I mean? Like, does that factor in? Because I don't mind going back either. So that's Carlo and I at minimum.
That the option of facilitating hybrid meetings permanently, like part of the restoration of our select board meeting room, would offer hybrid technology so that it could possibly be a permanent option for us. Because people travel, I mean, right, Carlo? So, and I've traveled and I've been able to not miss meetings, being able to take advantage of the hybrid. So,
Oh yeah, I don't see it
I
down.
think stuff is just going to settle a little more. We'll know more by the end of the month.
Yeah, and under current laws, pre-pandemic laws, 2 of you could take advantage of remote meetings at any given meeting. So the hybrid option will be a nice thing for 2 of you all the time.
Yeah.
But that doesn't allow your guests to participate that way or a quorum of the board.
And I don't have to make a motion or anything for the 9th. That's already on the agenda. Is that the deal, or?
Yeah, it is. And just so you're all aware, I probably should have said something. Tomorrow, we're going to start putting out a lot of notices. I think we're going 600 feet from the location, which is what we did for the meeting that was held at the library a year and a half ago. And we'll make sure to hit all the social media channels. So I'll add the 7 o'clock, I assume, is when you want to start. So the agenda item on Middlesex Ave will be first, and I'll just pick some amount of time and, you know, put the open meeting law complaint as worded tonight to be, I don't even know what to say. I don't know how to guess the time. Maybe we'll put 8 o'clock.
Okay.
And that'll be optimistic. None of us have any idea how much public input you'll get. We'll just have to see. I'll work with Ivrea in terms of, one would suppose the public input would depend on what information people have in advance as to what's going on. So, you know, we might try to get a packet out earlier than usual and post it earlier than usual.
That's a good idea.
You know, if the proposed user, you know, has a PowerPoint, for instance, I'm sure I could ask them tomorrow just to get it to us well in advance, and then we can get it out there, just to get as much information as possible out there.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Can't hear you, Karen.
Oh, God.
Now
Really?
you're on now.
Okay, I wasn't muted, but again, maybe the files is flickering. Could I entertain a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Thank you, Anne. Okay, board members, Chris,
Yes.
Mark,
Yes.
Carlo,
Yes.
Anne,
Yes.
And Karen, yes. Okay. Thank you. Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Night, everybody.
Have a good night.